Hello and welcome everybody to episode 148 of the Warhammer 40,000 podcast, known across the internet and potentially lands beyond as the Lookout Sir Warhammer 40,000 podcast. My name is Dan, and it's that bit at the beginning of the show where I take it upon myself to say hello to my good buddy, my special pal, my very, very lovely friend, good old Phil. How you doing, pal?
No, ain't you kind? Thank you very much. I'm not too shabby myself. How about you?
I'm alright, mate. Yeah, doing well. I wish Games Workshop were a little less rubbish at managing their stock levels, because they're causing me a load of old havoc when it comes to this podcast in particular. I really want Arks of Omen Abaddon, but I can't seem to buy it. What the heck?
Yes, yeah. I wonder if they gave it the sort of stock allocation of the previous Warzone books, which I assume didn't sell very well, but then obviously this got hyped to no end and everyone was like, oh my god, I want it, so they just ran out.
Whatever the case, we don't have it, and thus we're not talking about it in this episode, because we can't. Instead, we're talking about what, Phil?
Well, two things. I don't know which order we're going to do it in. Let's do the headline of is Games Workshop the best or worst it's ever been?
No, you've done it in the wrong order, Phil. You've done it in the wrong order. It's got to go LVO.
But that's the clickbait title that we should be going with, so, you know.
No, people will be more interested in LVO than this clickbaity nonsense.
If you say so. Fine. I mean, it depends what you think. Is it the headliner, therefore it goes last, or is it a more important thing and therefore goes first?
Oh, I don't know.
We've never worked this out before.
No, now's not the time to really discuss it.
Oh, fair enough. So we're talking about that at some point in this show, depending on the order at which Dan wants to place expert importance on it, or not, as the case might be in that segment, because that is the warm-up act to the LVO previews. We do a deep dive on our thoughts and feelings on all that juicy model goodness.
Indeed. Juicy model goodness, much like a 5-star review.
Peter!
Oh, hello,
What are
Dad.
you doing in here, son?
Oh, I'm
What
just...
have I told you about wasting your time with these little plastic figurines?
It's not a waste of time, I like it.
How dare you talk back to me, Peter? It's about time you grew up.
I don't want to grow up. Oh, man, maybe there's something on the radio. Yeah, this is nicer.
Peter! Peter!
What's that?
That's right, it's me, the ghost of a award-winning TV and radio presenter, Jeremy Beadle.
Jeremy Beadle?
Yeah, that's right.
Wow.
Now let me tell you here, Sonny, my dad was always telling me to grow up, and I never did. And look how successful I was. So ignore him, Peter, and keep playing with that little plastic crack. And while you're at it, listen to the Lookout Sir podcast, which right now, it's time for the 5-star review.
Wow, thanks, Jeremy.
Who are you talking to with that, son?
Jeremy Beadle.
What? No!
This week's 5-star review comes by way of what particular platform do you imagine so, Phil?
I want to go with Audible.
It is Audible. Audible where?
Oh, God. Let's say UK. Let's keep it simple.
No, we're going with America this time around. Audible of Americas, Phil. We do well, Phil, in the Americas. Or at least audible.com. In fact, the origin of this could be who knows where. It's a little less obvious, but there is an audible.co.uk and an audible.com. And there are
I think there's an
other...
Audible Germany where someone's left a review. I have a vague recollection
really?
Someone told us, yeah.
Oh, blimey. Well, we'll seek that out at a later date. But for now, we're going to be talking about a review that is 5 stars in both overall performance and story, and was left by an individual by the name of Erik, surname or initial withheld. So Erik has left us 5 stars for all 3 available categories and a rather lengthy 5-star review. So get ready for me to make a number of literary misreadings as I go through all of this text in just a moment. But before I do that, obviously I have to say massive thank you to our patrons, first of all. We do have a patron, and that is the way that we support this podcast, and we massively appreciate everyone who is able and willing to support us.
Thank you.
So thank you very much. So much so that we do attempt to do extra content, although I will admit we've been a little bit lax at the start of the year. We did do some outtakes from the Christmas quiz, specifically around the scorekeeper. That's what went in January. And we have been talking extensively about the various ideas that we will be able to implement in February. So myself and Phil have got to get together this month and make that happen, which we will. Also, we do have merchandise as well. That's something we do. Again, that is supplied by a lovely chap called Lee and his company, Rev Level. So obviously massive thank you to them. And if you obviously would like to purchase any Lookout Sir merch, links will be in the description. But most of all, in this instance, obviously, we will say thank you to Erik and their 5-star review, which reads, number 1 Warhammer 40,000 podcast, 5 stars. This is the best, open brackets only, close brackets, 40k podcast I listen to. Dan and his good buddy Philip put on a splendid podcast full of wit and whim. Dan's ceaseless pop culture references and Phil's old man noises do not disappoint. And they know a little about the complexities of this crazy game called Warhammer 40k. Being someone who's fairly new to the game, started playing, then building and painting miniatures about a year ago now. After digging into the lore, I chose the Crimson Fists as my army, not really knowing about how the game really works. Suffice it to say, I've learned a lot from the Warhammer 40,000 podcast known as Lookout Sir, and will keep enjoying it until these two knobs stop all the plastic figurines nonsense. I feel like they are both my online 40k friends, and in one Discord, and in on Discord with them, but my mic never seems to work. Oh, I see what you're saying there. It's like he's on a Discord without his mic on. Again, 5 big stars. Blimey. I kind of butchered that in places, but I feel like I styled it out. Thank you very much, Erik. It was a really awesome 5-star review. We really appreciate it. Obviously, we appreciate everyone who leaves us a 5-star review. And if you would like to be like Erik and leave us a 5-star review, you could feature here at some point in the future. And please do. It helps us out massively. We actually really obviously love reading these out and celebrating people who take the time to support us. But ultimately, you leaving us 5-star reviews is helpful for us in the grand scheme of things. And we are definitely getting close to the point where we're, running a little dry. I reckon we're only going to be able to go another 12 weeks, or rather 12 episodes at this rate before we run out. So, time to sneak on in there.
Exactly. Best get in quick. It's a queue, basically. You've got to join it at some point.
Well, I'll tell you what, the place where it's less of a queue is Audible, because I can never really accurately account for ones I've read and ones I haven't read. So I need to actually take the time to do a bit of a sense check system on Audible to try and make sure that... An
audit of Audible.
An audit of Audible. Thank you. Yes. Call an Audible. Whoa. Anyway, but yeah, cheers, Erik. Honestly, it's really awesome. And obviously, we hope that you're enjoying the hobby still. Crimson Fist is an awesome choice. Love that chapter. Collected it for a time, would you believe? Towards the latter years of 7th edition, I was very much a Crimson Fist player. There you go. You remember that dearly. So yeah, love the Crimson Fists. I think they're an awesome chapter. Old Pedro Cantor, amongst some of the coolest of Space Marine people. And Rin's World, sad times. Don't like the orcs, so on and so forth. Elaborate, Phil. Not on Crimson Fists, on Erik's review.
Thank you, Erik. That was a lovely 5-star review. Once again, hot on the heels of the last one, where I said we should probably do a best 5-star review competition, win a mug at the end of the year, because I thought the last one was top comment. This one, it's up there as well. It's a contender. It's a contender from Erik for sure. Loved all the little references. Don't know what these old man noises are that I make. Oh God, what could they be?
Get off my lawn!
Oh, how dare you! Don't like this game, do I?
Fifth edition was better, although that's me.
No, exactly. But yeah, Crimson Fist also great choice. I do like them as well. Soft spot for the littler known chapters of Space Marine. So that's always a good pick. Yeah, glad you enjoy the hobby. Glad you're painting. Would love to see what you're doing. Drop us a link to any photos if you've got them. You've probably got a larger army than me already because I'm such a slow painter, and some people have just boshed them out nice and quick. So yeah, keep up the listening. Sorry, your mic's not working for the Discord, but you know we're here you one of these days. Just keep talking to us, and it'll come through eventually.
Exactly, that's it. Just keep on screaming in response to things that we're saying, and eventually one day it will, worm its way into our earlobes.
Exactly.
But yeah, there we go. That's all of that done. So let's get on with whatever it is that we have chosen to do next. Probably the LVO stuff, but maybe Phil will get his way. Here's the thing, just to say, Phil decides what's on the thumbnail, so at the end of the day, he's really the guy that decides how the clickbait works.
I do, don't I?
Yeah. So the order is relatively irrelevant because, Phil's the man holding all the real, honestly...
Well, no, because if you want it to be the LVO, that's my job, sir. That's what I'll do. I'll give it a go. I'll do whatever you say. So don't beat me, sir. Don't beat me. Stop it. Stop it.
Transitional noise. Woo! Right, come here, Phil. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. In this part of the podcast, myself and Phil are going to talk about the various reveals that took place during the proceedings of the LVO, the Las Vegas Open, because obviously me and Phil have little to no opinions on the games of 40k that took place there, although I heard there was probably drama. I heard that was probably the case, right, Phil?
Actually, there was.
Oh,
yeah, I remember watching a clip where I think I don't remember the names of two people involved. One of them scored one of his turns wrong, so I think his opponent and him effectively thought the guy had won it, so played the game very differently, and then only later on near the end worked out that wasn't the case. And I think this was to go towards the qualifying round. So they literally just rolled off for it, basically, to decide who would go there. And that, they were like, this is the gentlemanly way to do. We're just going to roll off for it. And I think the guy who'd mucked up his scoring didn't go through. So that sort of felt like the right thing to do anyway.
Interesting.
Yeah, I'm sure there was more drama, but that was one I definitely saw, which looked
I heard that Games Workshop promised the LVO like 100 tables worth of terrain, but forgot to bring it, which is why apparently, apparently that's what happened. So apparently they were under the impression that they were going to get like 100 tables worth of terrain out of Games Workshop, but didn't get it, which apparently was why the tables were really sparse and not very good. Because there was a lot of controversy around the tables. Like, apparently some of the tables were, very sparsely populated. And apparently, again, wasn't there, can't guarantee this, but I heard it from people who were. It was apparently, according to people on site, because, Games Workshop forgot to pack the L-shaped ruins.
Yeah, that's definitely something you want to phone in beforehand, before they get on the flight, just to be like, I'm just double checking. You are bring me all those terrain.
Yeah, that's one of those things, isn't it? Yeah.
On that crate that you're shipping over, surely.
Like you want to see, like, I don't know, like a shipping, label for that stuff.
Yeah, well, I assume it's all the terrain that they use from the American GTs. The Warhammer put on, so it's not like it's all coming from England, right? I assume it's
that
all
is
in
a
America,
fair point,
but just being shipped down. But even so, that is a big mistake.
Assuming that's what happened. Otherwise, they just had bad tables
it did happen,
for the sake of having bad tables. Because I heard the tables were bad. That was a thing that people in the competitive scene that I know were telling me. But apparently, it was all GW's fault. I mean, it's a perfectly reasonable get-out clause, isn't it? Naughty old Games Workshop.
It's plausible deniability. Because Games Workshop are never going to comment on that, so it's easy enough, I guess, if you were so inclined to throw them under the bus, because they probably wouldn't say anything either way.
Well, I'm not throwing them under the bus necessarily, although I appreciate I'm the messenger in this instance. But Anyway, it doesn't matter. There you go. But LVO happened. I don't know who won it. Who won it, Phil? Some guy using something.
I've forgotten. I watched a bit of the award ceremony, but yeah, I can't remember.
Was it Blood Angels?
It was Blood Angels. In fact, there's a Warhammer community article all about
That's true. There's
it.
a Meta Watch, isn't
so
there?
it will say it will say in the Meta Watch article.
Well, after we mucked up the last time we did a Meta Watch because I edited it badly and there are weird periods of elongated silence, which, by the way, I went away and fixed, but our podcast hosting software wouldn't let me change or update the episode after having not come back to it for such a long time because we'd accumulated so many downloads on it. They were like, you can't change it now. The horse is bolted. It's like, oh, okay.
Yeah, the updated version's on our YouTube though. So if you
it's not on that either.
To hear what happened. Oh, isn't it? I thought you changed it.
No,
there.
YouTube was the same problem. You're thinking of another episode from a while ago, but anyway, it doesn't matter. I've made a lot of mistakes this year, Phil. I've been very busy with other things, and it's impacting my ability to be an efficient editor.
That's fair enough. We rambled on long enough that I've discovered the answer. It's Jack Harpster who won the LVO.
Well done, Jack Harpster. Did Jack Harpster win anything else? Did he win the whole ITC?
Do you know what? They didn't say, and I don't actually know. I mean, normally when you win the LVO, you also win the whole ITC, sort of based on how points went, but maybe not. Maybe not, because there's lots of other big events around the world now.
Well, I played Blood Angels on the weekend at an RTT, and I have played Blood Angels myself for many, many a moon. And I can safely say that something seems to be in the water at the moment with the Blood Angels, because they definitely feel strong at the moment. They do feel like they've got a lot of options. I think it's maybe because you could just ally in knights really easily now, because again, it was Blood Angels with a knight, or knight armigers specifically. So the armiger Helverins do seem to really help them, I think, or at least they did in this instance.
Not on the LVO.
Not on the LVO list. That's true. I suppose they still were benefiting from armor of contempt and all that noise. So maybe that's what.
Oh, they were, yes, and lots of Sanguinary Guard and Death Company with jump packs. And it's a very in your face list. It's 3 lots of infiltrators, 3 lots of Sanguinary Guard, 3 lots of Death Company, all with jump packs. Sanguinary Ancient, Lamarte's Dante, Sanguinary Priest.
Sounds like the recipe for success.
Yeah. That exactly. Lots of fast-moving, close combat stuff, as you'd expect from Blood Angels.
It is their way, or at least it was their way as of the 5th edition codex. Strangely, Blood Angels before 5th edition were more foot-sloggy, weirdly.
Yes. The old Bar Predator tank, the classic.
Yeah, back in the day, they you did have Death Company, but the weird thing about Blood Angels before, right? So if you go back in the fluff, Blood Angels were an Index Astartes chapter. They followed the Index Astartes pretty much to the letter, but then they had a Death Company, right? That was and they also did have Honor Guard as well with jump packs. So that was the difference but that was very much done in the spirit of the fact that Dante was a jump pack captain, I suppose. So maybe they did always have a preference for jump pack things, but it was only from a rules perspective around 5th edition where they started going, just take jump pack Marines for days. That's what you do.
Well, yeah, the one thing I do love about old White Dwarf magazines is the stereotypical Space Marine army is at least 1 or 2 tactical squads, a squad of jump pack assault Marines at most, a squad of Terminators, a Rhino, maybe a Predator and a Land Speeder, a couple of characters, and that's it. It feels like, and I don't think this is actually true, but it feels like you look at it and you go, oh, that's probably a 1,000 points of Space Marines nowadays, or at least in terms of the model count it is, but maybe not in terms of the actual power level or points that it would turn out to be. But yeah, it feels a lot more elite in comparison to what you get nowadays for your points.
To be fair, Phil, you just kind of introduced the idea of you reading old White Dwarfs as if everyone follows you on Instagram and knows you've just found a boatload of them in your attic.
I mean, I have, but I've also always had this sort of speculation / theory.
That's true. It is your character arc.
I can remember what White Dwarf looks like. Yeah, I mean, it's not. I would have said it regardless of whether I'd find the White Dwarf mags. But we will talk about that.
I don't know if you would have said it in quite the same way, though, right? You sort of introduced it like it was like, oh, reading old White Dwarf magazines.
Oh, the fond memories.
Indeed. Well, anyway, let's talk about other things. Let's talk about the LVO reveals, because that's what we really care about, isn't it? That's the fun. That's the thing that everyone's interested in. But obviously, well done to that person I've already forgotten the name of. Well done to everyone for making it through yet another year of ITC fun.
Yes, Jack Harpster.
Yes, Jack Harpster. Well done, you. I look forward to or wish everyone luck in their own aspirations for the ITC in this year. I'm sure you're going to be the number one in your faction of choice. How could you not be? Anyway, right, let's talk about the reveals. So, from a Warhammer 40,000 perspective, the very first reveal that we were gifted with as part of these glorious reveals from Games Workshop was the Strike Force Arctus makes planetfall, is what they're saying here. How am I...
Augustus.
My dyslexia strikes again. Of course it's Augustus.
Augustus with an A.
Augustus. There we go. Yes. Strike Force Augustus.
You are aghast.
I am aghast. Yes. Okay, fine. For a minute there, my comprehension of the English language, evaded me once more, much like my sense of reality. I don't know where I'm going to go with this. The point is there's a new dreadnought in town, and he's got multi-mouters for boobies. How do you feel about multi-mouter booby dread?
Yeah, relatively positive. So it's the Brutalis Dreadnought. It's, it can come with, 2 effectively sort of lightning claws, which are like talons rather than actual lightning claws. So 2 fists with claws, or 2 actual power fists with, I think they're either regular bolters or assault bolters. I can't remember what they said. Some kind of bolters on the fist, and then 4 what's pleasantly called the nipple guns. You can have 2 multi-melters or 2 heavy bolters, and then on the top with a very knight-inspired, effectively top carapace weapon. You've got twin heavy stubbers, although I guess they'd be Iron Hail stubbers because it's Space Marines and they're different. So yeah, I kind of like it. I sort of wish it was a bit more different from the Redemptor, and I'm going to trot out of the old theory that I've been saying for years. You've got regular intercessors in the regular armor, and you've got the Redemptor. You've then got Phobos armor, and you've got the what's it called? I wouldn't say
Gravis armor.
No, you've got the slimline dreadnought that can infiltrate.
Oh, you're talking about the warsuit.
The warsuit. The warsuit.
Invictus warsuit.
So you've got that, which is... Yes, that's it. So you've got that, which is the sort of Phobos equivalent of the Redemptor. And then you've also got Gravis armor, so you should have a heavy armored version of the Redemptor, which this could speculatively be, but it just doesn't look beefy enough. I was hoping it would have a little bit more armor on it, and I'm tempted to do my own kind of kit bash if I get one, because I sort of feel like it's inspired by the Ironclad but lacking the kind of armor plating detail that the Ironclad has, or the little sort of auto launchers that it's got. It sort of just looks like it just looks like a Redemptor with like some arm swaps and weapon swaps, right? It doesn't look that drastically different, which in a way is good, but at the same time also makes it a bit unimpressive.
Yeah,
I think that's my takeaway. It's good, but I'm not impressed by it.
I think the thing you need to remember from the outset, right, is that although Redemptors are now common in the world of Warhammer 40,000, we've had them now for nearly 5 years or whatever it's been, right? Like the Redemptor Dreadnought's been around now for a good long while. So we're a lot more used to seeing them, and we're a lot more used to understanding that they are cool minis when you see them on the tabletop. Redemptor Dreadnoughts are great kits, right? They're really cool. Awful to put together. Definitely one of the first kits that I encountered where I went, this new GW creative direction for these ultra complex plastic kits is getting a little bit nutty. The leg pistons specifically, or rather the kind of like hydraulic piston-y bits that go into the legs on the Redemptor Dreadnought. You built a Redemptor Dreadnought, Phil?
Yeah. I've only built the easy build version.
Oh, okay.
So I had a relatively nice time with it.
An easy time,
although
almost.
I've got... Yes, literally easy time. I've got one of them, although I plan to magnetise all the weapons because I've managed to source all the extra
You don't
bits
need to...
so I could customise it.
Well, actually, do you need to often with the Redemptor?
Well, it only comes with the Gatling gun and the flamer on the power fist. So I've managed to find the macroplasma and the alternative top weapon as well.
So the alternative top weapon
so I wanna
definitely
try
magnetised, but weirdly the arms actually just come out. So if you can just get like another set of the arms, you can just like twist it and pull them out and twist them back in.
Yes, true. I think I only managed to get hold of the weapon itself.
Okay.
So I'll probably glue in the arm and then just magnetise that piece. Probably more effort than it's worth because I actually do have a regular one as well.
Fair.
So I can build 2 regular dreadnoughts. Redemptor Dreadnoughts now that there's a new class of dreadnought on the scene.
But my point is regardless of that, the kit was a bit complicated, right? It's a kit that people like and it's a cool model and you're used to seeing them now. So I think we're at that point now kind of with like a great many 40k minis where we just look at it and accept it and love it for what it is. But I think it's worth remembering that when we first looked at the Redemptor, it was viewed with a little bit of apprehension. I think people, when they first laid eyes on the Redemptor, were a bit like, oh, because you got to remember, like the old Dreadnought kit. Although now it looks a bit sort of stubby and a bit sort of stocky, it was a very iconic chassis, and the fact that they kind of took aspects of that, but then kind of gave it longer limbs and a bit more of a fat belly almost in terms of the way it kind of looked, which was a very similar complaint to the original Gravis Captain that came in the Dark Imperium box set.
Yes, yeah.
It was just one of those things where it's like, oh, I'm not really kind of gelling with this, but obviously as time's gone on, you've gotten used to it. So I do think the thing I would always remind people is that people didn't overly love the Redemptor when they first saw it, but now it's iconic.
I feel like it's definitely aged well, and everyone sort of, as you say, takes it as standard. And I think, by and large, the majority of the Primaris range falls into that category. I would say there's potentially a few exceptions. The ATV attack bike still probably is a bit stupid looking and probably the worst Primaris unit they've made. The Impulsor, to an extent, I think being open-topped still feels a bit weird to me and is one of my least favourite vehicles, whereas the Gladiator, the Repulsor, and I think the whole idea that they will grav was a bit odd when they first came out, but I do love the look of them all now, and they still have that sort of iconic Rhino Land Raider style to them, but obviously updated. So yeah, those are all good.
Yeah.
And as is Redemptor, as you say, and the scale of it is way better than the old Dreadnought, so I think they got that spot on as well.
But anyway, the things that you obviously changed with this, so to their credit, there is some minor extra armor panels on it. Weirdly, on the hips, it's got extra armor on the hip joints. So that's new. So normally they don't have that extra armor. It's clearly an entirely new kit as well. So this isn't going to be one of those ones where you get a Redemptor sprue and then get a bunch of add-ons for it, because clearly the legs are totally different. So you've got new legs now with a new kind of design that obviously facilitates this running pose that it's in, but also the legs have got this extra kind of...
that looks cool.
Yeah, they've got like this extra
It's definitely got more like knee pad greaves, a bit like the top bit that you get on the Space Marines. It's sort of harking to that.
Yeah, so it's got a bit of what they call like the knee guard or whatever it is, like, is it a vembrace or I can't remember what the terminology is, but yeah, they've added a little extra detail to the legs. Obviously, you've got now the new heavier weapons as the nipple guns, as they've been referred to. And yeah, the arms genuinely have grown on me. The fact that you still also have the traditional punchy, fisty hands of a normal Redemptor as well as a Win. I think at first when I thought it was all just going to be these sharp, clawy things, I was a bit like, it would be nice if it had the normal hands as well. But it does. But it does seem like those, not normal, but those older style stubby fingers are specifically facilitated when used in conjunction with a more shooty variant. So it seems like the sharp claws are intended to be more slicey dicey, whereas the other one's a bit more daka.
Yeah, so the shooty version seems... I mean, I hope that you can actually mix and match and do what you want. So if you want the multi-melters with the dual fists with the bolters on them, you can do. But maybe it'll be a one option or the other. But yeah, if you take the all bolter one, there's so there's 4 assault bolters or auto bolters, and then 2 heavy bolters, plus the Iron Hail twin stubbers at the top. So if you're an Imperial Fist player, you're gonna have a lot of shooting, and I like with that's really versatile because you got lots of like horde clearance plus a decent punch in close combat for dealing with vehicles and stuff. So someone would have to think twice about trying to screen you out with a chaff unit because you'll just shoot at it first and then be able to charge whatever it's behind. Or if you get stuck in combat, you're just going to murder them in the shooting phase and the combat phase. Whereas I guess the clawed version could get potentially swamped down in combat unless, of course, it gets a sweeping attack profile, which would be interesting if it did.
Like the old Dawn of War game where the Dreadnought would just sort of stand and then like spin.
Oh God, yeah, that was dumb, but yes, just like that.
One thing I will say, you were pointing out that maybe there were differences between the bolters. I think they're all the same type of bolter. So I think there will be 6 of them.
No, because the middle ones are the heavy bolters. They definitely said that. And heavy bolter and bolt rifles.
Oh, is that what they're saying? Okay, fine. Warhammer community has never been wrong.
But the bolt rifles look like the auto ones or the assault ones based on the ammo that they've attached to it. But it could be that you can run them as any type or they're just generic bolt rifles with big ammo drums on them.
What I will say though, for the one thing I think universally is going to take some getting used to is that heavy stubber on his head. That's the one thing I'm going to need to.
It's quite big. It might be better if it was something slightly smaller, because that's the sort of thing you'd get on a vehicle, like a. So yeah, it gives it a sort of mini knight feel to it because they obviously have those sorts of guns on top. I'm not averse to it, but yeah, I think the smaller rockets might make it. I don't know. Yeah, it feels a bit top heavy.
That's fair. But overall,
I love the. I was going to say, sorry, it's got a few different versions of the armoured centrepiece, actually, if you look in the images. One of them's what I pleasantly call the owl, which is the one from the twin talon one. It's basically it's like an eagle with a skull head in it, which you used to see a really long time ago in the like Rogue Trader era. It was something you would see loads then, and I think it was the like the standard for the Imperial army. Hold on, I've actually got an image here from Rogue Trader which explains it, saved on my computer. I'm going to load it up and see what it says.
Fair, because it is important
I really liked
that people know the origins of the owl.
It was exactly. So the old, the twin-headed eagle, what used to be called in Rogue Trader, the Administratum banner. But the single skull-headed eagle was the Imperial banner. It was called.
And when they added a bit of torso to it.
No, it obviously had a torso there as well, but it just had the body, not just because the Imperial eagle's got just a single body but two eagle heads, whereas this is a single body but two. If you're thinking of just the skull with no body, that's the that's the Imperial Guard one.
And it's also in Space Marines. but maybe it's different in its
Oh, yes,
appearance.
on their torsos, yes. You're right, yeah. Maybe that's meant to be a version of this one, the Imperial banner. There might be a more modern update in terms of what it's called, but I like that it does hark back to really old designs.
Whatever the case, I actually think with a little bit more, time to appreciate it, I think this guy's a win. I think I think once you see this model out there, you're going to struggle to suggest that it's anything other than really cool, because I think it's a dreadnought at the end of the day. Dreadnoughts are amongst the universally awesome miniatures within the 40k hobby that we all agree are just awesome. So it's hard to not love dreadnoughts.
True.
Yeah.
My one complaint is that it makes my current 2 Contemptor Dreads redundant. So I run my Contemptor Dreads predominantly with a multi-melter in one arm and a chain fist in the other. And I feel like this does what one of them would do. No, in fact, it does what 2 of them would do, because it's got 2 multi-melters. And obviously the close combat weapon is probably going to be as good as the chain fist. So yeah, I feel like I've only had them like painted up for a year, but I feel like they're already going to go sort of a way of the dodo while this new Brutalis Dreadnought comes out, and will do, it's got twice the shooting power, which is awesome. Like, I'm just jealous, basically. It does the same thing, but
you
better.
just got to find some kind of Legion color scheme that allow you to use those in Heresy, mate.
Yes, not
I'm sure
really,
you know.
not really. I love it. The thing is, I still think out of the Redemptor and Contemptor, I actually still think the Contemptor's a bit more iconic.
I agree.
In terms of its look. It's such a beautiful, like, piece of perfection in terms of how it's been designed. I think the Redemptor and even the Brutalis is still good, and iconic in its own way, but just not. I don't know, just not quite as good.
Yeah. I mean, for me, still the old school Spud is still my go-to. I still love that old Spud.
Well, yeah, there's something iconic about the original ones, and I don't know if it's just because it's like nostalgia.
It's total nostalgia.
You grew up with it, because I think visually it's still good. I think the only time it falls down is when you compare the size of it to the more modern.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I think for the era that it was in and the model range that it was in and the size that things were, it was great. And it was still a lot bigger than most infantry. It's just everything has gotten bigger since, so therefore it now looks absolutely tiny and a bit stupid in comparison.
Yeah, it definitely does struggle with its presence now in the modern context. It's strange as well, right? Because they never quite look like what you remember them looking like. The reality is very different from your memory, but they're still, old school, iconic, 40k. So I still like them. All right, cool. So moving on from what was it called again? The Brutalis Dreadnought, which I think we can broadly accept as a overall positive. We're going to move on to the Desolation Squad, which has probably got a bit more mixed emotions associated with it. For me, for what it's worth, I think it's worth stating from the outset that it's a massive shame that this wasn't some kind of Gravis squad. I think a lot of us were hoping that we would see more heavy Gravis options, because the kind of weapon profiles that they are arming these miniatures with, or these soldiers with, feel like a type of weapon that would be more befitting for the heavily armoured variant of Primaris Marines. But be that as it may, it is essentially a intercessor squad of regular Primaris Marines in their kind of normal Primaris armour.
Tacticus armour, I think, is the generic one, isn't it?
Wielding the dumbest looking weapons you've seen in this game in a while. Like they're rockets, but it's not just a missile. Well, it's a missile launcher, but it's kind of like 2 missile launchers in one. And to make things even more confusing, there's at least 3 different versions of gun. So the Sergeant has an old hunter-killer missile,
with a mini missile pod, a bit like the ones you got on the Vulture and Valkyrie, stuck together with a load of scopes and an ammo feed. Then the regular squads can have the mini missiles with the ammo feed plus 4 slightly medium-sized missiles on top, which feels like that's the main one that the unit's got. Oh, or there's another version, which is the mini missile launcher with 2 medium-sized hunter-killer missiles side by side that's been compared to Short Circuit, the cute robot from the
Johnny
80s.
Five.
Johnny Five, exactly. He's alive.
He's alive. It's very Johnny Five.
So I understand why this has got mixed reviews. They feel very top heavy.
It's just stupid, isn't it?
Big.
It's like
it's got an odd silhouette, and there's so many different versions of it. It's hard to know what you're looking.
I think here's the thing, right? Like, my frustration is with this is this design principle that has come over Marine specifically. We saw it in Primaris with the introduction of the Repulsor, then the Repulsor Executioner.
Yeah.
Weirdly, they toned it down when they got the Impulsor and then the Gladiator. They feel more akin to more kind of, traditional design ideals as it concerns the amount of weapons that you can squeeze onto a thing. But there was definitely a time off the back of the Centurion and then ultimately going into the Primaris range where you see these really beautifully understated, really nice kind of uniform miniatures in the form of the Intercessors and the, and the Gravis and all the rest of it. Even though Gravis were a bit dumb as well because they were like a hat on a hat again, where they had the fists with the guns and other bits.
Yes, with the missile pods on the top.
That's the aggressors specifically, though, right? Because then heavy Intercessors, fantastic in terms of just a nicely. Like the heavy Intercessor and later versions of Gravis armor were a much more kind of understated, more kind of sophisticated version of that. And it felt like as a kind of design philosophy, they had moved away from doing all these silly guns on a gun situation, which very much felt like some of the kind of leading principles within early 8th edition kind of design decisions, like the Repulsor, for example, which, as I said, is still one of the most maddening things to bring to a game just because of the amount of things it shoots in all the different permutations.
Yeah, it's got you need to load it out with as many similar weapons as possible. Otherwise, you'll be looking at 5 or 6 different guns that you're rolling for like 2 or 3 things each, and it gets a bit overwhelming. Even the times I've played it, it's just a bit like
it's a very frustrating.
Just go for it's armed with all the same things. Roll all of them, and then even then you've still got. I think the minimum number is at least 3 different weapon profiles on it.
It is one of, I have to say,
it can go up to like 5 or something.
It is, I have to say, one of the most refreshing things about playing Horus Heresy is the fact that a unit shoots at one thing. Like, going back to that design ideal from a gameplay mechanic perspective is so nice, because you just go, this unit shoots at this thing. Because the problem is with the Repulsor, and I'm going to call him out, and I don't mean any disrespect to the man, but Richie, for God's sakes, is the worst with this. When he used to run his Centurions, he used to spend 10 minutes trying to optimize where every individual bullet was going. It was always like, the heavy bolter on this arm will shoot at that squad. The heavy bolter on this arm will shoot at that squad. The rocket launcher at this thing. Oh, wait, have I done that wrong?
In theory,
God, what have I even decided?
In theory, part of that is due to the rules limitation where you have to declare everything up front, right? If you could actually game it by just saying you do one at a time in the order that you choose, it actually makes it a lot easier for people up front to be like, okay, cool, I want to shoot the big thing at this big squad, and then everything else I'll sort out afterwards. But now everything can split fire. You're right. It makes everything a lot more versatile. So it makes things like sponson weapons, and a big battle tank on a vehicle really good. Whereas before you would predominantly always shoot your big, turret weapon, and then almost you either wouldn't care about the sponsons, or you would only shoot the sponsons at a like infantry unit when you were like really desperate because your main battle cannon was destroyed, or wasn't in like a firing arc to shoot a prime target, or something like that. So yeah, it's quite interesting. Yeah, the as you say, the repulsor was the worst offender, I think, out of it. And it feels like, yes, this is one of those things where it's lots of different options. I mean, we don't know what the rules are, so it'd be interesting to see how they interpret how this thing works. I suspect that a couple of the missiles are going to be like, not necessarily one shot, but like you'll be able to shoot them for like 4 turns out of 5, like the Manticore or something. And then the mini missile rocket pod, you can shoot every turn.
I genuinely think it would just be better if the whole unit just had one weapon profile that shot one thing, but it changed depending on how many models are in the squad. That'd be an interesting mechanic.
Yeah, or at least it's got 2 weapon profiles, and at the beginning of the when you shoot, you can pick which one you want, right? So because like eliminators have that for the different types of bolt rounds you want to fire. That would make sense from a gameplay perspective. But looks wise, it's just so terrible. I think it's just a really weird silhouette, and it's, as you say, it firstly feels very like, I know they're super soldiers and they're super strong, but it feels like too top heavy for them to be easily carrying it, which I know is a minor gripe. And I know loads of people have complained about the ammo feed because it's missiles. So what's that ammo belt for? But I suspect that's for the mini rocket.
The mini missiles.
So it's like the mini missiles get fed through the ammo belt, hence why that can shoot constantly. But then you've got and if it was sort of that on its own, I think that could look quite good. And then you've got these bigger missiles. And if that was somehow like backpack mounted, a bit like, Boba Fett or the Mandalorian didn't really ever do it. Like Boba Fett, you've got a big missile stuck on your backpack. Yeah. You kneel down and point forwards and it shoots. Or, I think was it like the javelin missiles nowadays. They just fire up into the air and then they redirect it. You don't need like true line of sight to fire those kind of weapons. So these don't need to look how they sort of function. It's just that they're modelled as if they're a rifle, which I find odd. Like, if it was shoulder mounted like the old school Devastators, if it was underslung like a lot of the Horus Heresy ones, I think would look instantly loads better. It's just that they're posed in a way which makes them look like they're holding rifles, but the rifles are like 5 times too big, especially on the sergeants, which have the super big one-off hunter-killer missile that would get normally mounted on a vehicle.
Yeah.
And then all the scopes on the backpacks just seem absolutely massive.
It's weird looking at it again now, because obviously it's been a week since we've seen these the first time around, but like, they're not growing on me. I don't like, I mean, the gun looks like there was a Marvel vs. Capcom game, very popular franchise and series back in the olden days of fighting games from Capcom. Marvel superheroes, Marvel vs. Capcom, Marvel vs. Capcom 2. And Iron Man used to call down his special beam cannon, and he would hold his hand out in the air, and this gigantic monstrosity of a gun would appear with all sorts of gubbins on it. And that's basically what this is. This is Iron Man's special beam cannon without any of the weird kind of like video game awesomeness to try and kind of like shoulder its weirdness.
Yeah, do you remember The Mask?
I do remember Mask, yeah.
Where he's got a bit where he gets the guns out and it's like loads of guns.
The Mask, sorry, where he like and brings out their guns.
Yes.
You feel lucky, punk.
Jim Carrey.
Yeah. No, I do remember that. Sorry, I thought you were talking about Mask. If you remember that old show.
Yeah, well, fun fact, I would say I didn't remember it until I was up in the loft and I found an old Panini sticker book of The Mask just this weekend.
As in The Mask Jim Carrey or Mask the show? Which one?
No, Mask the show that you were just doing.
Called it The Mask again.
No, I know,
it's very confusing. I mean, I'm sure everyone out there is always making that mistake. Anyway, there you go. Look, these aren't very nice, but they probably have ridiculous rules, so no one will care.
Yeah. To your point, it was interesting that you made the point about why aren't these Gravis, and one of the presenters actually had said that on the show, and I think it was Eddie that then said, "Oh no, because Gravis is all like kind of assault and in your face, like they're like close up, so these wouldn't be that."
Really? What about the heavy intercessors then? They're not really assault, are they? They haven't even got an assault weapon.
Well, they're still marching forwards, right? And it's like the Eradicators are a close range. They're,
Fair.
know, it's not like the heavy intercessors are long range sniper marksmen. They're still going to be going somewhere and used for maybe not necessarily breaches, but I can see them all being like mid-table, get in your opponent's face kind of aspect. So, but you're right. I sort of wish they had more like almost like the aggressor style missiles on the backpacks. I think would have looked better for at least one of the missiles, and then they're still carrying maybe one of the others if they've really got to do a double combo of missiles. I
mean, just to call out something else as well. Interesting minor changes to the heavy metal painting approach for Ultramarines. They have dirtier armor now, so I don't know what that's supposed to denote, but a lot of these guys are
all around the
they've done a lot more weathering, a lot more battle damage, and also they've given them brown belts now for the first time in a while or ever.
Oh, yeah, I think because some of them, I think there was actually a mix because some were black. But I think some have done them brown as well. I think maybe I want to say the assault intercessors were brown, but all the original Dark Imperium stuff was black. Because I remember trying to follow, not the paint scheme, but which bits were painted in like what kind of trim colours for like the silvers. And I definitely remember there being some in brown, some in black for the belts. So yeah, I think the assault intercessors were also brown, but the rest were all black. So yeah, they've obviously updated their recipe.
Indeed.
Just gives it a bit more colour, I think.
But there we go. So that's nice. Yippity doo-dah. And then on to the last part of the kit, which is probably the most underwhelming part of it, which is the Primaris Lieutenant. Although I think the Desolation Squad is disappointing, this thing is just sort of underwhelming. Don't get me wrong, I understand why Games Workshop have done it, because obviously what they're hoping to do, or what they will be doing, is they will probably be changing up Lieutenant rules in the new 10th edition Space Marine Codex to facilitate more options, and they have a very kind of rigid business strategy when it concerns their ability to sell things to kids majoritively with these kind of kits. So they want to have a box that when someone goes, I want a lieutenant for my army, they go, yes, this one will do everything and now you're good. So they don't have to, like find themselves in any awkward situation where they're having to explain to people that you can just take a box of assault intercessors and any one of them can be a lieutenant. You now have a distinct model. He's got his own little rock to obviously denote his seniority. Got his cheruges, as Phil has educated me on, and has an iron halo that, as I understand, lieutenants don't currently have access to. But maybe that's something new that will change, although it didn't every other time they had them.
Yeah, he looks like a captain, but they called him a lieutenant. It's because of the because I'm sure the Iron Halo is meant to be that thing on the backpack that actually acts as the Iron Halo. I don't know if sometimes like in the lore it's like they have an Iron Halo, but it's not literally that. It's something else on their armor that's projecting what is called an Iron Halo. I don't know. It always feels like it's the halo on their backpack that's doing the force field. And lieutenants are a bit rubbish without one. So if they give it to them, great. They kind of deserve it and should have one. Makes them stand out more as characters on the tabletop. But it's a bit odd that they keep modelling lieutenants with them, but not giving them one in the rules. So, as you say, maybe it will change in this one. I like some of the poses, like the Imperial Fist one on the bottom right of the photos looks really cool, with his pistol and power sword. I like the combination of what you can do with it in terms of, because sometimes at the moment, if you want to take a particular like close combat weapon or pistol weapon, you've also got to take a bunch of other stuff with it. So I think if you want the Volkite pistol, you have to effectively take the Blade Guard version with the mastercrafted power sword and the storm shield. Or if you want I think there was a plasma pistol and power fist option, and that was only available if it had the Dark Angels keyword, because that was the specific build for the Dark Angels lieutenant. No one else could get access to it. So hopefully it's a bit more of a pick and mix option of you can have whatever close combat weapon with whatever, pistol or whatever long range weapon you want with it. A bit like older versions of the game where it was just do what you want. And I feel like current releases of Space Marines especially have been quite hampered by the rule of you can only equip them with what's in the box, and you often end up with several versions of boxes with very niche specific loadouts. So if it means they do away with that, then great. Even if it does mean the meme of selling yet another Primaris Lieutenant. But hopefully this will be the last one, or at least the last one for some time.
Yeah.
I mean, we haven't had a Gravis one yet, so.
Well, again, though, that's the other thing, isn't it? Again, which is
maybe
like,
we'll get one of
could we
those.
not have just had a Primaris Lieutenant, Gravis Primaris Lieutenant? Wouldn't that have been something? But I get it. I mean, the thing is, though, obviously when this new Space Marine box comes to launch 10th edition, that we're going to have yet more lieutenants in that, and because they always do it. Although they do a lieutenant in Indomitus?
Indomitus, yeah, had the Blade Guard one.
Oh, yes, of course, they had the Blade Guard one, yes. So,
yeah.
Of course it did. So, yeah, who knows? But, I mean, look, I like the fact that it's got a number of design cues that have been clearly inspired by the 2nd edition box again. It's always good to get a head that looks like him off the 2nd edition box. And also to have the kind of leg decoration where he's got the what do they call that with the leaves? Is it the
laurel wreath?
Yeah, so he's got like the laurel wreath, but obviously the guy on the cover of 2nd edition had a blood gem, in the shape of a blood drop. But in this case, it's just like a circle. But it definitely has a lot of design cues, very similar to the 2nd edition box set. Obviously has the power fist, although again, the 2nd edition box set guy's power fist is up here in the air rather than down by the side. But yeah, look, I mean, obviously it's not a one-to-one replica. They did that for a Games Day years ago now. So that already exists, and people have already used that, cover art and the Power Fist Plasma Pistol Captain that they released a few years back now, the Primaris Captain with Plasma Fist and Power Fist to represent that in some instances. But anyway, long story short, I don't hate it. I just think it's just sort of like, yeah, cool, whatever. Like, I'm sure someone out there will, buy, build, paint, love this miniature. I think there's probably a lot of really good things you can say about it in terms of it as a kit. I'm sure it'll go together nice. I'm sure it'll look great. But yeah, I just, it's selling me a Primaris Lieutenant is sort of like oh, great, another one.
Yeah, if you are starting a new Space Marine army, he's fantastic. He's going to be the bee's knees. Just buy him. Don't bother with any of the others unless you really want a chapter specific one. Yeah. But even then, you could still probably buy this one just for like the weapon bits, right? If even someone like myself who's only been collecting Space Marines, for like, let's say 3 to 4 years, right? Is I've already got I've got one built and painted. I've got probably another 4 on sprue still from all the other different releases, and that's not even half of them that they've created. So if you're a long-standing Space Marine player, I can see why this won't interest anyone, just because it's as we said, it's a tired trope that they've gone and made another Primaris Lieutenant. But I see the practical purposes and uses of it. So, and I actually think it's a good sculpt as well. So, I'm not going to diss it, basically.
No, that's fair. That's fair. Still weird, though, isn't it?
And the box also comes with heavy intercessors as well, I was going to say.
Yes, it does, yes. So the box does come with heavy intercessors, but that wasn't really a reveal, so we won't need to...
No, I mean, I'd be really tempted to get this box if it wasn't for the what they called the Devastator Squad.
The Desolation Squad.
Desolation
Just think of the second Hobbit movie. There you go.
So they're just sort of so bad. I just don't want it. But otherwise, it's like the Brutalis Dreadnought, awesome. I'll get that. I've never owned heavy intercessors, and I've always liked them. So for those two plus a kind of cool lieutenant, even though I don't need him, I would actually be interested in the box. But the Desolation Squad just seems, I don't know. It makes me want to try and kit bash it to make it better, to see if I could do a slightly better job, but I don't know if I want that challenge, because I might just make it worse, I guess.
Last heavy metal painting observation.
Oh, okay.
The cover art, they've given them grey bases, but then it changes to brown bases when you look at the individual photography.
Yes, I think it definitely looks a bit photoshopped.
I assume that's what it is.
The close-ups, yeah. So interesting that they went for grey.
It might just be because it matches the environment that they put it on.
Well, here's the thing. Oh, actually, I'm looking at... the heavy intercessors have what look like base toppers. Because you can see the base rim, and then there's like a line of plastic on top, which is where the rest sits. I don't think the Desolation Squad has that. The Desolation Squad looks like they've just had like textured paint put straight on. But the heavy intercessors, yeah, have got some kind of like topper.
Well, it's weird actually, yeah, because that's actually
base.
the same situation with their imagery in the actual Games Workshop website. So if you go and look at them on GW's website, they have that exact same aesthetic. Anyway, there you go. And they are grey bases on the Games Workshop website. Maybe what it was is they rocked up and they were like, the heavy intercessor bases are grey. And then they went, well, it's probably easier to Photoshop all the brown bases grey than it is to Photoshop the grey bases brown. So we'll just do it that way around.
Yes, yeah.
Anyway, there you go. The funny things I notice. Right. Let's move on to the way that you're going to have to buy Vashtor and, by extension, Azrael, Wrath of the Soul Forge King, which is a box set containing both Vashtor, the new demon prince aspiring to be god of chaos, and Azrael, chapter master, or grand master rather, of a chapter of Space Marines synonymous with being very popular with chaos, apparently. It's an interesting box. If the rumours are true about future Marine releases, there is a potential where they are trying to shift what is presently anyway a very popular box, or has been a popular box, but could be for the scrap heap if it is true that Space Marine Terminators are getting an upgrade sometime soon.
Well, I mean, even if that was true, I don't think the Dark Angel variant will be getting an upgrade anytime soon.
No, that's true.
So those would still be valid, but would, I guess, look a bit more dated against some sort of updated and resized Terminators if that did happen.
The Dark Angel Terminators came out in like 2013, 2014, which now I've realised is like 10 years ago. And I remind myself that I'm getting old.
Yes, but, you know, some miniatures stick around for 30-odd years. 10 is a drop in the bucket, that is. You're still an infant in the modern range.
Exactly.
You're not going to get replaced anytime soon.
But anyway, the point is on the Dark Angel side, you get a bunch of Primaris Intercessors, Azrael, and a unit of Deathwing Terminators. On the Chaos side, you get a unit of Cultists, one of the, what are those things called? The spidery demon engine. They're a Plague Burst Crawler? No, not Plague Burst Crawler. Venom Crawler? Is that what they're called? The Venom Crawler.
Yeah, Venom Crawler. That's
and then you've got the two, I've forgotten their names now as well.
Obliterators.
Thank you. So yeah, you get the two Obliterators, the Venom Crawler, the Cultist, and of course, Vashtor. It's an okay kit. I think if you're a Chaos player, I think you probably don't have enough Cultists in your collection, and the Venom Crawler and the Obliterators are some of the harder to come across kits, given the way that they are typically only available in the Demonkin Combat Patrol box. So it's probably nice for people who are thinking, I really want Vashtor. I actually could probably do with a couple of Obliterators because I probably don't have enough, or they're usually quite hard to get hold of. And same is true of the Venom Crawler. So maybe that combination of items is actually quite cool. And I'll be honest, I think more people need to add this fabulous new Cultist kit to their collection, because I think it actually stands out as one of the best kits in the Chaos range. And it probably doesn't get enough attention because Cultists don't really have a place in a lot of people's armies at the moment. I think if they gave them Infiltrate, I think they would have all of a sudden become useful. But without that, they're just a very weird unit that doesn't necessarily fit the archetype.
That's quite a good idea.
They used to once upon a time, man.
For having them.
Yeah, they used to be able to infiltrate when you used to take them as like Alpha Legion and stuff. But I mean, maybe there is ways that you can give them infiltration abilities. But I think Chaos people at the moment lean, well, majoritively into just Emperor's Children, really. Although I feel like that's probably been slightly downsized now. But I actually think that's a pretty good collection from the Chaos side. I think if you were a established Chaos Space Marine player, you'll probably find a reasonable excuse to buy that. And on the Dark Angel side of things, look, Intercessors are fine. I suppose you can never have enough Intercessors, even if you're not going to use them in your Dark Angel collection. Deathwing Terminators is quintessential Dark Angels, so you're probably not going to really have a hard time finding a home for them. And the Azrael model, as we've said already, is underwhelming, but I think actually seeing some of this new photography of it and seeing more of its kind of three-dimensional form as represented from, the different angles of photography, you can start to appreciate it a little better. But I'm still not absolutely in love with it. I just think that it's just the emotionlessness of the face just sort of just makes it really But
yeah, I mean, I don't think I think he's a good sculpt.
Yeah, exactly.
But as we said, he's a bit underwhelming, and I think in the photography he sort of just ends up being a little bit lost because he's got no base to raise him up high. He's not a Hellbrecht, which we were saying is the high benchmark of a kind of character Space Marine model. So when you see him in the bottom picture where he's at the back, he just looks minuscule, even next to the old Terminators. And then when you see him actually right next to, up front, next to the Primaris, because he's got the green armor as well, and he's got the red robe, so the kind of bone-coloured robe. It makes him sort of disappear, because you see only bits of his green armor. And not the cloak stuff. So, he doesn't feel like he stands out enough for who he is. But yeah, as I said, it is a good sculpt, but it was just a bit too, a bit too similar to the original, which I know a lot of people would want.
Yeah.
So, I like Vashtor. I think he's cool.
Really cool.
I like the Venom Crawlers. I think they were really cool. Chaos models, and I wish we had more weird stuff like that. And I don't think nearly enough people run Venom Crawlers. I don't know if that's just because they're not good.
I don't think it's necessarily they're not good. I don't think they're not good, although they're not amazing, but they are fine. I do think it just probably does come down to they're just quite hard to get hold of, or they're not good enough that it's worthwhile getting hold of them. You can sort of work around it, because in order to get multiples of them, you'd need to obviously get like multiple combat patrols or, you know, break it down and buy them on eBay. And yeah, I think that's just where that unit sort of struggles. Although there are definitely occasions where if a unit is that good, people find an excuse to buy multiples and break it down. I mean,
because he was, or not he, it was available in that Phobos.
Yeah, so it was
release, wasn't it?
Shadow Spear. And then and now they took the contents of Shadow Spear and they made it into the Phobos Combat Patrol and the Demonkin Combat Patrol. So you get the 2 Greater Possessed, the 2 Obliterators, the Venom Crawler, the unit of Chaos Space Marines with the fixed loadout, so like the easy build variant of it, and then Sorcerer Tim, as we used to call him, which is that weird goat
good old Tim.
The old goat-faced sorcerer with his... I mean, to be fair, I don't think as a kit that's grown on me over time. I think if anything, it's probably become worse, but yeah, I mean, yeah, as a kit, it was pretty reasonable. But I always sort of remember at the time, it always sort of felt a little bit underwhelming versus what you could get from the Space Marine side of things. Oh, hang on, look, turns out I've just gone onto the webpage. So actually, it turns out now you can buy Venom Crawler and Obliterators separately as a thing. So it's a separate thing you can buy now. So I guess maybe they've discontinued the Combat Patrol. They have, you know, that Combat Patrol, unless I'm mistaken, just scrolling back up. So yeah, that old Combat Patrol box set seems to have disappeared. Interesting. Strange. So
right.
Yeah, so you can't get Tim anymore.
Maybe that's because they've split it out.
Well, they've only split out that one component of it. I guess obviously they just thought to themselves, people won't worry too much about having the Chaos Space Marines and having the Greater Possessed, I guess, because maybe I assume they must have written Greater Possessed out of Chaos Space Marines now. I didn't even really think to look, but I'm guessing it must have just become Possessed, I guess. Maybe it's just all become the same thing. Interesting. All right, well, there we go. So, yeah, so what do you reckon of that box set, Phil? Will you be rushing out to buy one?
No, because it's neither of my 2 armies. It doesn't seem too bad though. I mean, it's always it's that thing of locking characters away in like those kind of FOMO boxes, and then if you miss out on that, it's impossible to get for a few months. But eventually, maybe like 5-6 months down the line, it'll appear as a standalone release. Yeah, is it a good deal if you, as you say, you were one of those people wanting to just get that character? Yeah, the Intercessors and the Terminators might be okay, but you might have a lot of them already. But it's not like people don't like them, so it's not like you couldn't sell it on if you wanted to. And the Chaos stuff all seems pretty decent. So yeah, I think it's overall a very positive box set. There's definitely been worse when it comes to, you know, a great character, some good stuff, and, you know, at least 1 or 2 really dud units that you go, oh yeah, no one ever wants them. It doesn't feel like it's that, so that's good.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think at the end of the day, if they'd given you... If it was Azrael and a unit of Hellblasters, you'd be like, oh okay. But,
I mean, much more thematic, but yeah, probably everyone's got Hellblasters, or no one's got Hellblasters because no one wants them.
No, indeed, or I don't know, whatever other options there could be.
I like the Hellblasters. I'd rather more Hellblasters than a Desolation Squad. I think Hellblasters are pretty iconic as a Space Marine unit.
No.
I think they look
iconic,
great.
No.
I think
you can't call Hellblasters iconic. I think iconic is Terminator.
Okay, not okay. I think as a Primaris staple, because it came out in...
they're not even a Primaris
Dark
staple,
Imperium.
mate. They're like...
No, but in terms of like, what, by that I mean it was like one of the first kits that came out for Primaris.
Fair.
I feel like that's why it's iconic for Primaris. Doesn't mean people take it because it's like a great
I don't know
unit.
if they're even iconic by
I
Primaris
think it's
standards.
the opposite.
I'd say like the Intercessor is iconic. The Hellblaster is just an Intercessor with a different gun.
I really want to do a segment where we rate best to worst all the Primaris units.
Yeah, all right,
now.
we'll do that.
That will have to be Do it for another
Maybe
time.
we should do it as a Patreon special. Because they have like a video component where we actually have to show, because that feels like something where you do need to give a bit more visual. Although I imagine many people would argue this segment would have benefited from visuals, but always does. Nothing, but you ain't getting them.
But what we do is we give you that visual component in your mind while you can concentrate painting, or driving, which are the two things most of our listeners are doing when they're listening to us. They don't want any distractions watching visuals. And
that's the thing, right? Or they can use it as some kind of like watch along, so they can sit on the Warhammer community website and look at a single article with a handful of photos and somehow manage to make them sit and look at it for in excess of half an hour per thing. Yeah. Because that's basically what we've just done. Anyway, moving on. We have next a kind of 40k thing, but it's 40k adjacent, 40k-esque, which is the Horus Heresy, the plastic.
Cerberus. Is it Cerberus tank?
The Cerberus heavy tank destroyer. Look, I don't think there's really a huge amount that we can say about this, other than I will just say that I am really, really happy with all of the work that Games Workshop is doing with bringing these incredible tanks, these incredible concepts to life in plastic. I think it's amazing. I think I genuinely thought that from a Horus Heresy perspective, we were going to see a Spartan and then we were just going to move on with our lives. But obviously the minute that Spartan kit came out and we discovered, oh, wait, hang on, no, there's a lot more that they're going to do with this, because they've clearly got sprues in here that are going to, do the little extras. I've just been amazed with the way they supported it, even down to having the Scorpius Whirlwinds, the Sakarans, now obviously all the different Spartan variants, the fact that we're about to get jet bikes in plastic. I just think Horus Heresy legit deserves so much more of people's time than it gets. It's probably one of the best systems Games Workshop has. And I think definitely now, while we're in this kind of lull between 40k editions, people really should just be playing this. People need to give this thing a chance. I appreciate the initial day one hype of it came and went when all the influencers went and kind of embarrassed themselves in Games Workshop at Warhammer World by just basically hanging out with each other and posting loads of videos of them doing selfies with each other. So I feel like, weirdly, Heresy had a weird kind of misstep at the start, and it definitely felt like, even though obviously all these influencers and people said that they loved it and we were going to play it forever, obviously it didn't really kind of capture the community's imagination in the same way or en masse. But obviously the people who love this stuff love it, and I'm definitely one of the people who love it, so I'm always going to try and champion more people to play it, because I think this is a great system, and and these tanks are cool.
It makes the game so much more accessible from a price point and a ease of building point of view. Although obviously there's that hoo-ha about the split shoulder pads where you've got to stick them together because of the molecular bonding studs. That seemed like maybe more accurate, but also way too much of a faff, that they would have been better off just sticking with the more simpler, if slightly technically inaccurate studs that you saw on, say, the Primaris intercessors. I don't think people would have complained too much about those. My two complaints about Horus Heresy from a gameplay, getting people into it point of view is one, I think some people are just a bit bored of Space Marines, and Space Marines on Space Marines doesn't excite some people. I think, they miss out the aspect of, orcs and Xenos and stuff like that. I think that's one aspect that no matter what you do, people will just be turned off. They're just like, Space Marines. Or they're Space Marine players in 40k and they're like, I don't want to do another Space Marine army, if they've somehow got Primaris. And, the joys of Horus Heresy in the older edition is for at least a lot of the loyalists, it's like you can play it in 40k and in 30k. And I feel like now you can't do that, or not to the same degree. It's a bit harder to do it if you're trying to be as accurate as possible. And I think the other thing is just like the sheer scale of the armies. It's like a lot of games are played at like 3,000 points. You need hundreds of Marines or loads of tanks. It feels like you've got to build a big army for Horus Heresy to be playable. It's not like they've got Zone Mortalis, which is their equivalent, I guess, of a skirmish game. And that's still 1,000 points. It feels like they need a smaller entry. I feel like they need to do something like Kill Team Horus Heresy for people that want to dabble into Horus Heresy without having to commit to a giant army. Although maybe that's half the appeal of Horus Heresy, is the giant armies that people have.
I don't think you need to have a giant army. Most people will tell you that 3,000 points is not really the sort of expectation. It's the aspiration. I think most people's expectation is 2,500, which, by the way, is the same size or smaller than a 2,000 point 40k force, right? Like, at least it is if you take certain units. I mean, obviously, yes, you could still take hundreds of Space Marines in 2,500 points. Here's the thing, though, in Horus Heresy, hoarding Space Marines actually isn't that good, because there are gameplay mechanics that make that not so good, because one Primarch will just run into hundreds of Marines and kill them all because they just can't hang. I mean, maybe through weight of fire, blah, 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 maybe, but probably not. Whereas, like, yeah, like the game is sort of built in a way, or like hundreds of Marines would probably struggle if you had like one of these, for example, because, you know, the armor value is massive, and yeah, all right, you can take like multi-melters and things to try and like deal with that. But yeah, like, I think that's the thing with Heresy. Like, I do understand people's barrier to entry with it. I myself had similar concerns with it in older editions because of the overabundance of Marines, but I just think the game is that good right now that it just deserves people's attention. So I'm going to continue to wax lyrical about why I think it's a great game. But I completely understand why people might not be interested in it. And truth be told, right, I've played a few competitive games of 40k over the last couple of weeks. I've been to 2 RTTs, had a buddy round last week playing a game within the competitive set. I've been playing Drakari. I'm going to be TOing or judging, helping out doing the TOing at Beachhead this coming weekend. And I've had a little bit of a renaissance with competitive 40k recently. It has been okay. But, you know, it still doesn't really add up to the same kind of fun gaming that can be had with Heresy by comparison. So I think that's the thing. Like, I'm weirdly at the moment, I'm in an okay place with 40k, but I feel like Heresy is still where it's at. But anyway, this tank looks awesome. I'm probably not going to buy one, but maybe I will. I've got so many tanks, Phil. I've started building my way through more tanks at the moment. Although I have just finished assembling 30 Corsairs for boarding actions. I hope to get the rules one day, so as I can play it, because we're still without those, although we will have talked about that already.
Yeah, I've managed to pre-order Angron.
Oh, you actually got in on that?
And that was difficult. Well, so I had to order it via Games Workshop, because because I was away at my parents' house, by the time I realised Element Games, which is where I normally get from, had sold out. So I was like, do I want to pre-order it from there, because it's on a kind of back order thing? I'd be waiting ages. I was like, no, I'll just get it from Games Workshop. So I'll have probably the Angron book before I get access to the Abaddon book. And who knows when they're going to do the Abaddon book. I really wish they would just make an announcement about how long we have to wait. Is it months? Is it like a year? Is it a Curse City thing where it's going to literally be like a year before I go, oh, here you go. It'd be nice to know if we could get it in the next couple of months while people are still actually playing boarding actions, that would be great. Or if they just did a digital version for the people that missed out, that would be something at least.
Yeah.
Because as you say, I mean, maybe one day, whenever that happens, we do a boarding actions bonanza where we just go through all of the books in one fell swoop to talk about what's in
Yeah,
them.
no, I hope so, mate. Anyway, on the topic of boarding actions, we're moving on to Kill Team Into the Dark, or whatever they still call it. Although it's not Into the Dark.
This one's Soul Shackle.
There was a broader kind of like name for these new systems.
A Gallow Dark.
Gallow Dark, that was the words. Yes, not Into the Dark, the Gallow Dark. Anyway, the point is this is yet another pretty solid box set that gives you more boarding actions terrain. So if you've already bought Shadow Vault, for example, because you just had to have those Kalsikins, or you bought Into the Dark, which was the one that we picked up earlier, last year.
Breaches and Crute, that
Breaches
one
and
was.
Crute. So like, if you're like us, me and Phil, and you are sitting on half a boarding action board, this could be a compelling box set proposition, especially when you consider that I have a Drakari army, and Phil just seemingly enjoys collecting assorted, Imperium stuff.
Exactly. I have, as they say, as you say, it's too rude. I have an enjoyment for Inquisition type.
I don't think
things,
fetish
so...
under this context is rude, is it?
No, it wasn't that word, but you're right. A fetish is fine.
Oh, you were going with the other one. Okay, fine. I understand. I know. I'm familiar with the variables.
So yes, the Adeptus RBTs or Arbites, I think I used to call them as a kid, but I presume now Custodes RBTs is how it's correctly pronounced. They seem kind of cool.
Is it weird?
What do you?
Is it weird that like Games Workshop have released these things, and weirdly, although it's weird, they don't feel as significant to me now as they did years ago. Like the old minis where they were like rare and interesting.
To be fair,
this just sort of feels like it's weird, right? Because I think this is me openly admitting that I feel we're just spoilt now. But our Bites have come back, and I'm like, cool, like whatever, like it's like, don't get me wrong, gorgeous kits, and I mean beyond gorgeous. Like this is the sort of stuff that is so cool about Kill Team and Games Workshop's general kind of release philosophy at the moment. The Ibites, whatever it is, the Space Police, I love them. I just think this is some of the best sculpting, modelling, creativity from Games Workshop in a while. They've even got their little dog companion, which is just phenomenal. They've obviously got like the man in charge, who definitely isn't Judge Dredd inspired, with his Imperial Eagle boombox that he's obviously issuing his various judgments through, even down to like some weird like brutish executioner-esque one that's got himself some handcuffs and a massive maul for bashing people into compliance. I just think, for me, this is an absolute home run. It is a phenomenal Kill Team. And by the way, I haven't been playing Kill Team, but I have played Kill Team now. And as a system, I do think it's absolutely fantastic. So I think for people who are really, really adamant or really big fans of Kill Team, I think this is a Kill Team that you'll definitely want to add to your collection. But it's just that thing where I just don't know why I don't care as more than I feel like I should do, because the kits are amazing. This is like a piece of 40k lore that has just been viewed with huge levels of appreciation and excitement by the community for such a long time. It's just that thing where it's like, why do I feel nothing? Why am I not more excited about these guys?
I think one reason is that a few years ago we had the Necromunda Enforcers, and when they came out, everyone was like, "Oh, IBT is brilliant." Oh, wait, what's the difference? Because there was a technical difference, and a lot of people didn't necessarily understand it because they just looked more like RBTs than even some of these do, I think. So I think maybe that's why. I think maybe that it's a little not underwhelming. I think the original sculpts were fantastic, and they don't quite look like them, and maybe that's a deliberate thing, right? Because I think the others were so on the nose, Judge Dredd inspired, that they have had to veer away from that. And the Enforcers have a very like futuristic, like modern tactical gear.
Well,
these guys are a bit more.
The Enforcers look like the Gears of War guys.
Yeah, whereas this, they've gone in almost like a fantasy direction. They look almost like Imperial Knights, so I guess they're doing like and I mean Imperial Knights from like fantasy, not, you know, the 40k setting. So they look more like knights in armor. And I think that's the direction they've gone. So to me, I like them, but I'm not massively in love with them. And it's a bit like the Imperial Breaches. Like, I love the concept of them. I like the designs of them for the most part, but there's a few little bits here and there where I'm like, well, that seems a bit odd, and I don't necessarily like it. Like in their midriff, it looks like they're all wearing like waist shirts. It's not armored underneath on the RBTs, which I find just a bit odd. Although I like all the actual sort of armor bits. They've got a bit of a Blood Bowl vibe to them, which I think is the bit I don't like.
A Blood Bowl vibe to them, why? Because they just look like the human Blood Bowl team.
They look like the human team. Yeah, like in terms of like the armor paneling and stuff.
That's true, though.
Sort of soft.
That is true.
Padding underneath, like the Enforcers from Necromunda, who are meant to be less well equipped and doing much more low level crime, look more heavily armored and more well supplied and well equipped than these guys. Although these are a lot more like baroque and fancy with like cool shoulder pads and stuff. Like some of the helmets I think look really cool. Some of them, like the ones where it's like the half helmet and stuff, I don't necessarily like the look of. The leader with the speaker's pretty cool.
Incredible.
Like the shot, I think there's some bits that are really cool. Like the loadout choices, there's like 36 different versions that you can do, or you can load each one out in different ways. So you can have 36 minis with all the various permutations. So you can have all shotguns, all like close combat maul and shields. I think that's great that you can do all of those kind of things. But there's just a couple of like little design cues here and there that I'm not a fan of. You pointed out the dog. I really don't like the dog. And I don't want to be like, it's a bit tropey that everything gets like a cool pet. Like it made sense when it was the Rogue Trader model, because it's like, okay, cool, you've got that. And then obviously they did the cat for the breaches. And yes, the Cyber Mastiff is a historical hound from the old Enforcers. It was old Forge Rod Mini that they used to do. So I get, it does actually fit in technically with them. I just don't like how it's designed. It's got like this weird 60s style robot dog head. And the pose, it's the same pose as the Rogue Trader one. And if you look at the rear legs, it's the exact same model. But obviously they've resculpted everything else, and the head's in the same stoic pose as the legs. I wish that had a bit more of a grim dark look to it, and it was like an action pose, or it was, you know, wrestling someone to the ground or something. Like, yeah, just seems a bit too, like, it's even called Canine. It's a bit too on the nose canine. Robot canine from like, what was it? Doctor Who. Right. It's, yeah, I don't know. There's something about the dog that I just don't like.
No, that's fair. That's fair. I mean, I don't love the dog, but I think of all the little miniature companion minis that we've had over the years, he's definitely one of the weaker ones, but I think, the squad looks great though, man. Like, yeah, I mean, I think here's the main difference.
Oh no, I'm keen to get hold of it.
The main difference I will enforce,
I think it'll be really interesting,
between these and the Enforcers is that these are 40k
Oh, yeah.
miniatures, whereas the Enforcers are Necromunda miniatures. This is not a kit designed to go into Necromunda. This is a kit for 40k.
Oh, no.
And it will be scaled to 40k, and it will feature some of the more absurd elements of 40k. The fact that these guys are basically a bunch of, Imperial Space Police, and they have these kind of like oaths of moment. They still have the weird, purity seals, as it were, on themselves.
Yes.
These are sort of design cues and things that make them very appropriate within the grim dark of the 41st millennia, but wouldn't necessarily be appropriate and within the realms of like Necromunda. And when you look at the Palatine Enforcers for Necromunda, they're very kind of singular in their purpose, in so much as they're clearly a bunch of people out to enforce laws, as opposed to a bunch of people who are out to enforce laws in the name of the God Emperor, which is very much what this is. So there feels like a certain piety, a certain religious zealotry to this unit that is of the 40k world, whereas Necromunda, I think, is a little bit removed from all of that pageantry.
Yeah, it's a bit more raw and basic, and let's say grounded, for want of a better word. It's definitely, they definitely lack a lot of the traditional 40k tropes of skulls, eagles, like pauldrons and purity seals and stuff like that. I do like them. I want to get it. I want to build the squad to go alongside an Inquisitor. Likewise, the Imperial Navy. I think having those two kits will be both fun for kill team, but also good for a small like Inquisition warband as well for boarding actions. I'd be keen to see what the 40k rules are for this in terms of like the weapon loadouts and choices. So I obviously want to build it with kill team in mind, but also 40k. So I want something that's going to be compatible with both, basically.
Yeah. I think the thing with the Enforcers that is always understated, but definitely appreciated by someone like myself, is the iconography. I think the redesign of the Imperial Eagle into a skull was just a really inspired piece of creative. The way that they had the twin heads that then kind of framed the eye sockets, and then the legs that became like the teeth, and do you remember the logo I'm talking about?
God, I don't know if I do, actually.
Well, when you go back and look at it for the Enforcers, they also had their kind of like main...
Oh, do you mean the Necromunda Enforcers?
The Necromunda Enforcers, yeah.
Yes,
like really beautiful artwork. Also as well, the I'm just looking at them now, the Subjugator Patrol with the shields and all of the like extra armor
the shields
and
were
pouches.
really good.
I mean, wow, that is like...
And they had like a proper like door kicking down ram as well. Yeah, they had some really cool bits. It'd be interesting to see if there's like a sort of crossover in terms of, do we have something like that for these guys?
Probably not. They're probably one and done, much like these Kill Team releases are. But I bet it's a kit just brimming with opportunity. Again, having built 30 Corsairs recently, I can tell you now that Corsairs kit, which is a Kill Team kit, is just loaded with options. It's such a nice kit to put together with just so many possibilities. So, I got a lot of time for that. On the topic of Corsairs or Elder type things, the Drakari in this instance, it's interesting, this one. I think the reality of the situation is obviously the Drakari kits that they are upgrading from are quite old now. They came out, I think, in 2009, this warrior kit. So basically taking a near 15-year-old kit and then adding upgrades to it is always going to have interesting limitations. Effectively, like the major call-outs is there is a warrior with 2 knives and the mask of a rack. So racks are basically the homunculus coven kind of core troop units, and they're armed with these like cleavers. This is a Kabbalite warrior, but they are armed with the same cleavers as a rack and also wearing the same mask. So I'll be intrigued to understand what the relationship is between this and the homunculus covens. Is this some kind of like halfway house between a rack and a warrior? Is it someone that has essentially got the toughness for durability of a rack, but also still retains some of the more kind of agile and, armor specifications of a warrior? Is there a prerequisite or a fluff reason why those two kind of archetypes can overlap in this way? So that's interesting, but, again, not necessarily the most beautiful looking model I've ever seen, but that is conceptually interesting, I suppose. I don't know if you had anything you wanted to add to that. I assume you don't, because Drukhari are all a bit sort of over your head at this point.
Yeah, I mean, they seem okay, but as you say, there's nothing that's really like cool or stand out. Like the guy with the bird, I guess, is probably the most interesting.
Yeah, but that's
one.
probably the weakest one of the lot, isn't it? Like
it reminds me a lot of when they updated the Cadian kit by giving them more heads, and actually those heads looked a lot better than the originals. Whereas these ones, like if you told me that this was all a kit that was 10 years old, I'd be like, yeah, it looks it. And I think that's a slight problem with this upgrade kit is it's got to be designed in the style of that older kit so it fits seamlessly. So yeah, it's, just nothing special about it. I mean, if you're a Drukhari player, this is going to be great, right? Loads of different cool options, fits in with your army. But yeah, I think, it's not to say it's bad, but yeah, I think the base model has a bit of, just a touch bit of dating to it, I think, or stylistically in terms of how the sculpts are done don't hold up to some of the much newer sculpts.
Yeah.
And I think that's a sort of a testament to how good the newer sculpts are, rather than how bad this is, because I don't think that's the case. I just think it is done to fit in with the older sculpt, so it doesn't. I don't know. Maybe I'm just not a Drukhari fan, to be honest.
No, that's fair. That's fair.
Or it could just be the way it's been painted, for example.
Well, often that is the case with this stuff. I mean, I do really like the guy with like the face mask, or the mouth kind of guard, and the long hair, and like shooting grenades out of like a wrist-mounted,
No, I think I thought he's just thrown it, and they've just done the trail.
Oh,
back
is that
to
what
his
he's doing?
hands.
He's not shooting out; he's throwing it. Well,
no, I think he's just thrown it. Yeah.
Whatever the case, the point is that I quite like the head sculpt, and it's cool to see the needle pistol there as well. I think that's a needle pistol. I'm pretty sure it is.
Looks like it.
And yeah, like they've done other little like newer head sculpts and things in places that are interesting, and like there's a really cool splinter rifle sling now. So one of them's got a splinter rifle over its shoulder, which is interesting, I suppose. This is where Drukhari players, other than myself, go, but damn, that's already exists. I'm pretty sure it didn't, but if it does, I will accept my my mistake on that one. But yeah, I mean, it's fine. I'd say, look, at the end of the day, there's always winners and losers in Kill Team. There's the Kill Team that they really care about and put a lot of work into, which is, in this case, the Abites. And then there's the one that just gets the dodgy upgrade sprue, which sometimes can be good. Maybe, can I think of a good example? I thought the Pathfinders actually got a good upgrade sprue, for example. But then, the Chaos Space Marines didn't feel like they got an extraordinarily good upgrade sprue. And I think the same is now true of these guys. I feel like the Infiltrators kind of resided somewhere in the middle ground.
I thought the Primaris one's got a pretty decent...
They did okay.
...sort of amount of stuff.
Yeah.
But as you say, you can't fundamentally change the unit too much. It's just kind of lots of cool little gubbins.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
For you to use.
Yeah, the Necrons had a bit of a raw deal as well, similar kind of vibe where it was a bit like, Tell you what though, the scatter terrain in this kit looks amazing. The holographic display.
Oh no, hard disagree.
Really?
Hard disagree. Yeah, no, this is the weakest one of the lot.
Wow.
I really liked the previous one, which actually they've announced is going on pre-order soon. Not Gallow Dark, it was one after Gallow Dark, Into the Dark, Shadow Vault, that was it. With the little sentries, thought that one was amazing. The hologram, I just think it looks a bit naff.
That's fair.
It just makes you look like you're playing a board game, not you're viewing like a cross section of a ship. And obviously they've done it to make it look like the board game, a bit like the Gene Stealer Cult character.
Yeah, but that was amazing.
Warhammer World. No, that was cool, and I don't think that this is as good. It just isn't quite, and the console terminals just look a bit boring. The walls that explode are kind of interesting, but I don't know how that works on a practical point of view in the game. It's like, cool, you've got one breachable wall at a set place. So is that going to be part of a mission? Is it just for your own headcanon that, oh yeah, you can blow this bit out if you really want to? But because of the way all the walls work, it's not like, let's say, the Imperial Navy breacher guy who had a rule that he can actually breach through walls. It's not like you can suddenly mid-game swap out a solid wall for this breached one and then knock the hole in, because it's impossible to just slot these things in and out while you're gaming. So yeah, it's a cool idea. I just don't know how it works from a rules mechanic, and maybe it makes me remind me of those old like 90s games, right? Where there's like a crack in the wall. It's like that's the sign that you can chuck your grenade at that wall and it'll blow up. Yeah. It feels like it's going to be like that, where in the game, there's only a couple of pre-designated walls that you can explode to breach, not any wall. So, I mean, that's okay. But yeah, the sentry guns, and I think it had like bookcases and stuff, was way cooler than this. It's not bad, but out of the 3 sets so far, these are the ones that have interested me the least.
Interesting. All right, well, there you go. Anyway, I mean, to be honest with you, mate, my expectations for quality in the realm of Kill Team or Into the Dark boarding action boards have been completely blown away by the work of RFW Danvers. I mean...
Oh, yeah. He's doing some proper... So he's doing MDF, sort of laser cut flooring that's got wires, LED lights. He's even done like little monsters and pits sort of within it, so it's got depth to it. I don't know if he's got this. I don't know if he's got stairs, but in the play mat of this one, there's some stairs that go downwards. Obviously, it's all flat, but it actually looks quite good when you look at it on the photos. So maybe he needs to add one of those in.
I think, yeah. I mean, there's definitely no way that we can do justice to the work that Danvers is doing other than just to put his Instagram into the chat and encourage you to go check it out, because honest to God, it's stunning. And also, like, and the thing I don't know whether he's keeping any of this stuff secret, but the thing that's most impressive is the fact that he's incorporated a lot of this into, or he had originally intended to incorporate a lot of this into a picture frame that you could just put up on the wall as well, didn't he?
Oh, I think so, yeah. I don't know how he's gotten on with
I imagine with the way that it's evolved, he's probably moved away from that, to be fair. But it's incredible. Yeah, go check out his work on Instagram. That's Danvers_RFW. We'll link it below. He's only done a couple of posts on it so far, but you'll definitely see more of those coming through. He's actually got one of his stories actually bookmarked as the Gallow Dark. So you can see the project that he's done, how he's cut it all out, all the different things he's been doing with LEDs. And yeah, it's a bit mad. The quality is pretty insane. We should probably tap him up for some of these tiles for our own board for boarding actions, mate.
No, that's true. Yeah, because I think he designed it, but got an Etsy seller to print it for him, and I don't know if they were then going to sell it. I don't know if that's actually happened or not, but I'm sure there'd be a way of getting hold of it if we want to go to that maddening level of detail.
I don't want to do all the LEDs and crazy stuff. I just kind of like the floor panels.
Yeah, that'd be quite good. It'd be nice if there's a bit like the Necromunda ones where you can fit the walls in correctly, so they sort of slot in place. That would be a nice touch.
That's the way forwards. That's what we need. Anyway, there we go. So yeah, look, that was the reveals from the LVO. There was nothing else, was there? That was all of it. I mean, obviously there was some Age of Sigmar stuff, but we're not talking about that. So yeah, pretty reasonable selection overall, I'd say. Not one of the best reveals ever. I think everyone was obviously expecting some bigger things, but, you know, they'll get to those in time. There's still Warhammer Fest in May. There's plenty of time.
Yeah, there's still Depthscon, Nova Open. Like, there's some big American ones as well as Warhammer Fest, obviously. So, yeah, plenty of time for more stuff.
Absolutely. But yeah, no, brilliant. Thank you, as always, Warhammer community, for continuing to update us on all the latest and exciting things that are coming in the world of Warhammer 40,000. It was an okay reveal, by all accounts. A bit of an unsociable hour. I wasn't one of the people that woke up at 4 a.m. or whatever it was to watch that. No. But you know, it was a nice thing to wake up to in the morning.
That's true. Although I do think when you're obviously not catching it live, you go to the Warhammer community page, they kind of spoil all the reveals by doing all the individual posts or the consolidated posts with links to all the individual elements. I quite like to just sort of watch it in a vacuum and watch the reveals on the video, but it's like I was immediately had a few things spoilt for me, but I was like, oh, okay, it's fine. We kind of knew that half of this stuff was coming anyway from the previews, the January previews anyway, so it wasn't too unexpected in terms of the 40k stuff.
Well, mate, at the end of the day, you should have just woken up at 4 a.m. and watched it live if you didn't want those spoilers.
Exactly, it's my own fault.
It is your own fault. Only you to blame. Anyway, transitional noise. Hello, everyone. In this part of the podcast, me and Phil are going to pose ourselves an interesting question with which we hope to have an exciting debate. And despite the fact that he's currently chugging down tea, I'm going to hand the mic over to Phil to explain what the heck are we talking about.
So we are going to ask ourselves the question, is Games Workshop, and by extension, the larger company, so things like Forge World, Black Library, is Games Workshop better now, or is it worse in terms of, in comparison to the past, what it was like when we were growing up as kids, what it was like, you know, even 5-10 years ago? Is it gotten better or worse?
Is it the best it's ever been, or the worst it's ever been? Or exactly. More likely, somewhere in between? This is essentially what we are going to discuss. So let's try and establish a premise. Effectively, it won't have escaped anyone's attention that Games Workshop in the modern era is a dream factory in some regards. I think we already talked about this within the LVO reveals. It is an incredible time within the hobby in some regards because we are at this point where seemingly no stone is left unturned, and we are entering into an exciting era of releases and innovation and, you know, returning to things that had been potentially long forgotten. There seems to be a real nostalgia play in effect. We're obviously seeing the return of Primarchs, the return of classic unexplored factions such as the Arbites, whatever the heck you're supposed to call them.
Yes. Although what's interesting about a lot of them is Games Workshop's definitely on a nostalgia retro trip and actually is effectively regurgitating a lot of stuff that did exist and had model ranges, even if they were very small, and then through the mists of time disappeared, and then they've been re-emerged and reimagined. So Arbites is one, Squat/Votan was another, Genestealer Cult was one a bit more historical, that came out quite a few years ago, but all of those things existed in sort of second, third edition of Warhammer. And it's like, was the range better then in terms of the diversity of the weird stuff, the esoteric sort of 40k elements that they seem to actually now be bringing back to 40k that I think during, let's say, for a lot of them, 6th and 7th edition, maybe even 8th edition, weren't really there or prominent at least.
Yeah, I think this is the thing, isn't it, right? Like, we have to obviously observe the journey and talk about our experiences throughout the history with the hobby, right? Like, I think one of the things that's always worth mentioning is obviously myself and Phil have been playing and or engaging with the Games Workshop business and or hobby for a very long time. Me slightly more than Phil, just by virtue of the fact that, unlike a great many people that you hear interviewed on various Games Workshop podcasts and or other content creators, I never really ever got out of this hobby. Like, you know how most people talk about how they did a thing and then, you know, while doing it, they didn't really do the hobby. Once I was in, I've pretty much stayed in the whole time, as it were. Like, I started in 2nd edition in 1990. I think I started in like 1998, maybe 97. I think it was 97 when I started. So I've basically been going non-stop since 97, basically.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough. It's weird because I always feel like when I went to uni and sort of for the years after sort of fell out of a hobby to an extent, but then, you know, having reminisced over a lot of my collection, I was still very much in the hobby, but maybe not as, I was never like a huge gamer, so maybe it was I was just not playing as much.
Yeah. I mean, I definitely
in my 20s I did less, but I'd always go into the hobby store whenever I saw one, whenever I saw an actual Games Workshop in the wild. I'd always, rather embarrassingly, walk in and be like, I'm into this, honest. Yeah, it was the thing, like during university, I definitely didn't have enough disposable income to be active in the same way. I basically had an Elder collection and an emerging Black Templar collection, and that was effectively my entire selection at that time. So yeah, it was always interesting in that regard. But the point is let's just sort of try and dive into like aspects of the business and the hobby, right? So first of all, we'll talk about releases and or the range, as it were, and the different things. So obviously there are different stages within our time within the hobby. If you go back to like 2nd edition, obviously that was a really interesting time in the hobby, because if you remember, that was when you could still buy Warhammer 2nd edition and other supplements in Argos, which was always something that I always remember weirdly. They certainly were obviously doing things to kind of push Warhammer into other kind of retail channels. Games Workshops were not everywhere. We didn't get a Games Workshop in Salisbury, where I grew up, until I think it was like 98 or so. So I think I got into the hobby slightly before the Games Workshop arrived. But there was, you know, a very, not everywhere had the same kind of penetration of Games Workshops maybe as we do today. And I think. Sorry, Phil. I was going to chip in. I, as I previously mentioned, had been flipping through some old White Dwarfs, and I was like, oh, let's see what was in Oxford, because in every White Dwarf was about 3 or 4 pages, if not more, these bright yellow pages listing every single stockist as well as Games Workshop. So currently in Oxford, that stocks Games Workshop, there are 2 stores. There's the Gameskeeper, which is run by Toby, who's like a local independent guy, and then there's the actual Games Workshop, or now Warhammer store. Back in what would have been the mid-90s, I think there was like 4 or 5. There was the official games. There was like the official Games Workshop store. There was 2 retailers that had the same name. They were like Dobbins or something, or Diggers. I can't remember what it was now. It began with a D. There was two of them that were stockists. There was Boswell's, which was like a very famous but recently closed down, effectively like a John Lewis, but like an independent one. And then there was like a couple of others. So lots of independent shops, more so back then, used to stock it than they do now, which is interesting. Maybe that's just an oddity of Oxford. But I do remember also back in those days, every single shop that had a board game section effectively stocked Warhammer, because you had either Space Crusade or Hero Quest, which were effectively created by Games Workshop but sold and produced by MB Games, at least in the UK. I think other producers, like maybe Hasbro, did it in America.
Yeah. Oh, well, let's not get into the history of MB, Hasbro, and all of that fun. But
yeah, they were done all over, but they were great, like gateway games. I think Hero Quest was one of my earliest memories of having some Warhammer. It might not have been the first, but it was definitely one of them. And you don't really get that as much anymore in terms of gateway games. You do get those small little games that they produce. In the UK, it goes into like shops like Game, and there's. I can't remember, but there's like American and German stockists that they go into as well, and it's like it's like the Space Marine Scouts versus Gene Stealers. One, there was a Blitz Bowl, which was like a mini version of Blood Bowl, and there's like a couple of others, like these very small boxed games that they do, but they don't feel like they've got the scope and scale or the maybe cheapness that these other games did back in the day.
I don't know if I agree with that statement. I think Games Workshop do a really good job right now of offering lots of different entry points for people, and they do their best to kind of diversify their portfolio of retailers and where they try and sell stuff. And I think, the fact that they are available in Game and, similar kind of stores in this modern context is a fair reflection of where they're at and what they're trying to do. I think ultimately it's difficult to really isolate and or speak to what it is that teens or young kids are getting into within the hobby now and what the real sort of sticking points are, because it's funny, right? Because again, I'm another oddity within the hobby in so much as I didn't really fall out of it, and I never owned Space Crusade, and I never owned Hero Quest, and I never owned
heathen, Dan.
I know,
heathen.
I literally discovered the hobby and got into playing tabletop wargaming. I went from, sure, as a kid, obviously I had things that were tabletop wargaming adjacent, and I knew friends who had Space Crusade and all these things, but I didn't play with those figures in the proper Space Crusade game. If I was around a mate's place and he had a Space Crusade, you just pick up the, Chaos android and go man, shake it around and smash it into the other thing.
That is true. It's like I have very few recollections of actually playing Warhammer with the Warhammer rules. I definitely did with Warhammer Fantasy, because I remember I did that before 40k. 40k, I can't quite remember ever playing more than a handful of games, and even then I wasn't sure if we were using the rules properly, or like you said, just
we were not
making
using the rules
up
properly when I started getting into it. It was a mess.
I definitely remember one of my friends had, my mate Andy had the Space Crusade Dreadnought, so I presume he had the game. But I definitely remember as part of his Blood Angel collection was the Dreadnought in there, and the old, they were like the Tarantulas, the little sort of sentry guns that they had as well. Yeah, so he had all of those.
But to your point though, mate, I'm not sure I can necessarily agree 100% that what they do today doesn't necessarily compare. I think this is a different thing, right? Like, first of all, from the retail outlets perspective, not to get too deep into it, but obviously the high street in the UK today and the whole retail business model in terms of physical bricks and mortar stores is such a different ecosystem now in terms of even being able to be competitive, let alone survive in that space. I mean, obviously business rates, the rental costs, energy, everything that it costs to run a shop is difficult, and running a specialist retailer that sells little kind of curiosities that would also incorporate Warhammer related things is difficult, right? Like, obviously people do it and do it well, but they tend to be, those specialist retailers who diversify their portfolio by not just obviously selling stuff in the retail outlet, but also, facilitating online sales and eBay and Amazon and various other affiliate programs. So, it has definitely obviously moved on. The fact is now is that there are less people in high streets looking to buy, small toy soldiers, because most of us are just going to Element Games or Wayland Games or insert other, online retailer of Warhammer and or tabletop wargaming paraphernalia. So I think that's the thing. I think ultimately, and the other thing I will say as well is obviously the education is so much better within the market today. And I think Games Workshop have done a really good job of leaning into that and obviously utilizing its influencers and its advocates to better educate younger consumers on the broader spectrum of the hobby. In the 90s, we needed MB to do a product like HeroQuest so as it could break through. Now, it's not really as important as it used to be, and games like Kill Team and games like just 40k or Age of Sigmar can exist in easier, accessible forms that are more aspirational for these younger people because, they're presented as such. And I think that's the thing. I agree with you. I definitely think that when they did like Warhammer Quest Silver Tower, for example, or when they did other kind of like box game releases, they definitely didn't seem to be as significant to younger generations as Hero Quest was for apparently ours, noting again that it didn't really impact me at all. But the point is that, I think with the way that the world works today, I think Games Workshop does a fine job of bringing in new people and getting people excited about it. I just think it's just different, I mean, obviously for us, it was one thing. For these, it's another.
Yeah, it's definitely, as they say, a simpler time. So it's like, I remember there were ads for HeroQuest on TV, and that probably is one of the reasons why I got hooked and how many other kids did.
Broadsword!
Exactly, that was one of the few ways of being marketed to. Whereas nowadays, there's like, I guess, other gateway avenues. You've got YouTube, you've got Warhammer TV online, you've got Warhammer Community, you've got computer games. I mean, they have animations, you have Astartes, you have all these other ways of people finding out about the hobby. And you do still have things like the Imperium magazine, I think, and Conquest has been a really good a sort of re-entry for people, which harkens back to the sort of thing that we would have got as a kid. Obviously, when we were kids, they didn't do magazines, but later on they did the one for Battle for Middle-earth, which also did have TV ads, which got a whole new sort of generation of hobbyists into it. So yeah, it is interesting what they used to have versus what we have now, and it's almost like more sport for choice. And they do a good job. Like they've got that kind of Scouts Cubs school initiative program where you can like win badges and stuff for doing your hobby. And
it's recognised by the Duke of Edinburgh Award as well now, isn't it? Like you can actually, part of your Duke of Edinburgh courses can be redeemed or earned by being involved in the Games Workshop Warhammer hobby.
Yeah, I know. I'm pretty sure there's like a scout badge for hobbying of some kind. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if there's a Duke of Edinburgh one as well. That's pretty cool.
But this is the thing, right? For a lot of kids in a lot of like schools in inner city locations, or even in kind of rural communities that are then ultimately linked to other kind of smaller concubations. Games Workshop has done a good job of rebranding itself as Warhammer on the high street, because obviously everyone used to refer to it as the Warhammer shop anyway, at least those that knew it. Now it really is that. And ultimately it helps out the guys in those stores, because now they haven't got to deal with people turning up every now and again going, "You got the latest Call of Duty?" And then having to explain, "No, we don't do that. This is a model shop. We make these things and we paint them and play games with them." The amount of times I've been in Games Workshop stores hanging out painting or doing stuff, and someone's come in and asked for the latest insert game video game release is quite profound. But I mean, that's the thing, like you can't deny what the generational impact is of having a significant high street presence for the last 40 years, right? Like it has become, it is near impossible now for a human person from the United Kingdom, at least, in their late 30s, early 40s to have not been on some level aware that Games Workshop and or Warhammer is a thing that exists. It just isn't possible anymore because it's as integrated into our high street culture, into our kind of zeitgeist, as it were, as McDonald's almost. Not obviously as much. I don't think people have the same kind of warmth and feeling towards it as they do, those brands that they're obviously really invested in, like things like McDonald's, as I say, or whatever, which is obviously very popular here. But the point is that I think Games Workshop have definitely gotten to a point now where they are enjoying the benefits of 40 years of consistent retail. They are as iconic a high street brand in the UK as Boots, WH Smith's, Greg's. Maybe not Greg's. Greg's is definitely up there, but you know what I mean. Like it's a benefit of their longevity, and also contributed to their longevity. So I think this is the thing. I think kids now have a better understanding of whether they're into this or not. And I think there is probably less stigma around it, or at least...
Oh, yeah. That is actually one of the huge changes that's happened, is because, as we said, it was a thing that you would do. You'd look over your shoulder left and right before you went into games like, who's going to see me before I go in? And then you'd be in and you'd be like, I'm safe. No one can see me now. I'm inside. There was a lot of stigma. And, I think even... like 10 years ago when we were getting back into the hobby, or at least I was getting back into the hobby, it was a real this is what I do now, having to explain it to people. But whereas I think nowadays it's, you can own it a lot more. But this is what I'm into, everyone. And actually a lot of people, as you say, especially guys, when you tell it to them, they'd be like, oh yeah, I used to do that back in the day. Or, oh, that was always really cool. And they either knew of it or did it. And a lot of them are really tempted to get back into it, or at least kind of curious about learning more and stuff like that. So, I think that is a real sea change. And I don't know if Games Workshop is necessarily responsible for doing that themselves, or if that's just a generational thing where we've grown up with it, and because we're much older, we can happily embrace it, or just culturally, nerd stuff is cool, Star Wars, Marvel, or all the box office rage. It's like doing nerdy stuff is cool, right? It's not like it still has a stigma of being a nerdy thing, but it is so much more mainstream and acceptable because of it. And Warhammer feels like it's always off in the periphery slightly of those more mainstream sort of nerd brands, let's call them. But they've ridden on those coattails.
What I will say is that I think, obviously, one of the things you obviously have to be careful with when you approach these conversations is obviously you're always going to filter things through your own biases. And one of the things we have to remember as well is obviously as adults, with the freedom of kind of movement and or the general kind of ability to kind of pick the people that we want to spend time with majoritively, and ultimately the advantages of going to work in places where typically people will, for the majority, have to kind of conduct themselves with a certain level of kind of mutual respect towards their colleagues. You basically end up in a situation where you never really have to end up with any kind of adversarial opinionated perspectives on your hobbies, because ultimately people in work couldn't care less whether you were, dressing up as a massive pink monster and going out in a field and yelling 7 while slashing your arms around in the air, or going to, a convention center and slinging cubes and playing games of, Warhammer and yelling out -2 AP or whatever it is that we say on the regular. The thing is like in the work context, people are relatively indifferent to each other, or they're broadly supportive of each other, at least I've found in my experiences. And then obviously within my friend groups, I tend to deal with people that I like who have, similar kind of world views and perspectives to me. So ultimately everything is kind of filtered through that prism, in so much as I majoritively talk to people who don't really have an issue with people doing this kind of stuff and engaging with these kind of hobbies. Whereas when I was at school, it was a massive cross-section of people that I will never see again in my life who made it their business to make whatever I was into something that they wanted to have an opinion on or, kind of, come at me for. And again, it's a very different kind of environment, isn't it, at the end of the day? And there's a lot of kind of bravado and kind of posturing involved in that. So ultimately, when I'm at school, or was at school, some of the other kids would take the mickey and call you a nerd. And maybe that did cross over into adulthood. But nowadays, I'm just so far removed from any of that because, it's very unlikely that I'm going to encounter someone that I'm going to be kind of friends with or talk to openly about with the kind of things I'm interested in that's going to come at me and be like, oh, you nerd, and really lay into me.
I mean, it's true. It'd be interesting to find out if kids at school nowadays that were like into Warhammer, if it still has that stigma that we assume has now gone, and maybe it's only gone for us because we're adults and couldn't care less, but for them, they're still getting bullied or whatever it might be. Right? Or if it has, as we said, it's just culturally accepted and everyone knows about it. And it's like, oh yeah, that's really cool. Because I think for us, like, as you say, some people would bully you or call you names or whatever because you're into it as kids. But as we've also said, so many people when we were at school were also into it. So it's obviously like a tiny minority maybe that's controlling the general discourse about what's cool and what's not.
Yes, indeed. Certainly not me. That's that much is certain. But look, I think that's the thing. I think, look, in terms of Games Workshop, in terms of their presence and what they do now and how they support things, how they operate in the store sense, I think, look, are they doing things like Hero Quest anymore? No, but they don't need to. I think ultimately they focus on their core propositions. Back in the olden days of the late 90s, we were looking at Warhammer Fantasy and Warhammer 40,000, and we saw a real influx of other kind of smaller specialist game releases. Again, during the course of the 90s, we saw lots of different things. We saw like Man of War, we saw Epic, all these kind of like interesting systems that have gone away and since come back. I think the real golden era for me in terms of like smaller box game releases was in that kind of late 90s period where we got Blood Bowl, Mordheim and Gorka Morka. I think those are kind of held up as three extraordinary examples of that kind of
I think Battlefield Gothic
as well. Forgot about that.
I can't remember when, and Space Hulk was another iconic one. Like that was when they all were, well, let's say all created, but some of them came into their stride. Like Blood Bowl was like, I think by 3rd edition, that was the one I got, and that was the one that was like the 90s release, whereas editions 1 and 2 was much earlier. And in those days, specialist releases, it's like it would get supported for like a year tops, maybe with a supplement, maybe 2 supplements if you're lucky. Like Warhammer Quest had quite a few supplements, for example. But then you would never see it again, either at all or not for like 10 years or 15 years. Like, but Blood Bowl getting redone was not quite 20 years. I think it was more like 15, 18 years. And it had some, like, sometimes they did living rule books in between where the original rules writers and all the Games Workshop team was keeping it live with the support of the community. Mordheim sort of still exists in that state where it's just got such a huge online community. It's got a lot of love that it's never had a second edition. And I almost think a lot of people don't really want it to have a second edition because they'd be worried they would ruin it, because it was a bit of a lightning in a bottle moment for how good it was, the art style, the game style. Whereas I think Blood Bowl sort of survived, and Necromunda, like having multiple repeat editions.
Yeah. I think the thing that was unique about that particular period, though, in terms of the way they brought those things to life, was the fact that the pace of releases was not so egregious that you couldn't not have the time to kind of let things percolate and to develop. Now, here's the thing, right? Like, I'm not suggesting for a second that we should go back to having that kind of slow churn of releases. But I will say that within the confines of the hobby, I think it's definitely been important for me as a consumer of this hobby to reevaluate my relationship with the release schedule and how vital it is for me to own everything all of the time. Like, I have, up until a few years ago, been adamant that I need to buy or had bought the greater majority of things. You know, AOS came out in, 2013. I bought the box set. Silver Tower came out. I bought it. Shadows over Hammerhill came out. I bought it. Like, you know, all these different things were coming and I would just get them, like Horus Heresy box sets. And this is kind of more towards the last kind of like 10 years, but you know, I buy that stuff. But then weirdly, recently, I mean like the last 3 years, I think with the churn of releases, I have kind of realized that it's not really worth me trying to get everything all of the time. It's about sort of focusing on the things that I know I'm going to be able to utilize and sort of get into, because the fact is that, you know, I spent a bunch of money on Kill Team books from 8th edition. So not the 8th edition of Kill Team. I can't remember what edition of Kill Team it was technically, but it was the Kill Team that accompanied 8th edition 40k. I bought Kill Team Arena, Kill Team Elite, Kill Team Heroes, Kill Team itself. There was like another one as well, Rogue Trader, whatever it was. There were loads of different permutations of Kill Team that came out in 8th. I bought them all. I literally played the original Kill Team version of 8th edition, like the original Kill Team rule set, maybe like 5 or 6 games. And then I just kept buying all this stuff, never used any of it. I've got all manner of cards and nonsense just clogging up drawers now of stuff that I bought because I felt a sense of FOMO and really I wasn't using it. Whereas weirdly, back in the late 90s or early 2000s or that kind of period, it felt like there was a much greater kind of emphasis around those releases and that there was a kind of cultural moment around them, that everyone in the kind of local store and community kind of got behind them and got invested in them and had the time to paint a Blood Bowl team, paint a Necromunda gang, paint a Mordheim warband or whatever they're called, and get involved, I suppose.
Yeah, there was definitely a longevity to those systems, and I think, as you say, the release rate was a lot different. So I think even then, they probably released a new edition of Warhammer 40k every 4 years. I don't think it ever went to 5 years.
Sometimes,
around 4 or 5 years. Now it's pretty much free like clockwork. I hope and suspect that it might change with the release of now we've had Horus Heresy and Warhammer the Old World's come out. That'll be at least 4 core systems now, so it's almost impossible to do a 3-year cycle for 40k without sharing the spotlight with one of the others, if assuming they're all having a re-release on a 3 or 4 year cycle. So that will hopefully go back a bit. But yeah, in terms of the model releases, it's like you would have maybe 5 codexes a year tops, I think. And then if you were like a Guard player or a Space Marine player, you would have a handful of releases of models every year. Like, there wouldn't be such a churn rate of releases that they currently have. And admittedly, Space Marines is always like the one that's got a lot of stuff. But as you say, it felt like there was time that you could play 40k. You had your one army that you invested in, and there was plenty of sort of downtime in 40k where you could look at other systems, and when they came out, they were a big thing that everyone in the community or all your mates would actually get behind and get invested in. At least maybe that was just like for the year, and then you would, or 6 months, and then maybe it would dry up and some people would stop playing it. And it was effectively like they were a bit one and dones. But it felt like they would stick around a bit longer, at least culturally. I think Blood Bowl's always had such a great impact where people would play that for a long period of time. I think Space Hulk is that thing that everyone goes mad about whenever it comes out. But beyond the first and second release, it feels like the excitement around Space Hulk kind of dwindles a bit more.
You realise it's a good game, but it's not exceptional. It's fine. It's good even. But yeah, I think, it's nothing special necessarily, or at least in my opinion. Apologies to people who love Space Hulk. I mean, I like it too, but like, you know, it's a bunch of Terminators running around corridors, getting murked by gene stealers that seemingly are always way too powerful. But I suppose that's the gameplay, right? It's like it's supposed to be about tactically solving that riddle, which I kind of like. What was the thing I was also going to say? You know, the other thing, right, that I think gets massively overlooked, because you talk about like the rate of releases and the other bits and pieces. You know, one of the things that I think was so good about 40k or Games Workshop in the 90s and early 2000s? Small blisters. It was one of the most beautiful things about it, because you didn't need, like in the olden days of 90s and 2000s Warhammer, if I wanted to get a squad of Harlequins, I would go into the shop and I could buy a box of 6 Harlequins. Or I could go to the shelf and grab a blister of 2 Harlequins with a specific loadout, and I could take that home and I could get that done, and then I could go back and I'll be like, now what else do I want in this squad? Oh, I want a Shadow Seer. Okay, grab the Shadow Seer, paint it up, get the other. Like, it was lovely, because you could build squads the way you wanted to. You got these really gorgeous metal sculpts that were pretty inexpensive for what they were. Like, you could walk into a Games Workshop with a tenner. Now, I appreciate I'm talking about 90s, 2000 tenors, but you could still walk into like GW and be like, I just want to buy a blister within which is, you know, 2 Harlequins, 1 Kassakin, 1 Terminator, whatever variables that were available, and be like, cool, I'm going to hand over £4, a fiver, £8, and get a nice little thing that I can work on for the next couple of days, and then I can build and develop as I want to. I think that's the shame of it now. It's like everything is just so sort of like, you want a character, you can get a character on its own. You want a squad, they come in 5s and 10s, or 20s, or 3s. But broadly speaking,
like you get a lot. We've talked about blister packs before, and I do feel like Games Workshop's missing a trick by not doing them in some form. Either like a retro, deliberately retro inspired, not necessarily the actual original minis, but those have a huge resale value, like eBay original blisters go for crazy money. So if they were just to reproduce them, like when they do the mail order, not mail, made to order stuff, those I imagine are actually quite popular because people get to complete nostalgia old retro collections. But even if they just did very simple designed plastic, pop it off the sprue, even if it's just like one piece, like a one piece mini, it looks a bit flat, but it's nice and simple, easy to build. You just glue it to a base. And that was the joy of a lot of those minis. The multi-part metal kits were a bit more of a pain when you've got to like glue arms and stuff on. But even so, it's like you glue an arm to a body or 2 arms to a body, and that's it. And then you're sticking it to a base and you're done. Whereas nowadays, I feel like you buy a box of 10 Marines or 10 Votan, whatever it is, you're overwhelmed with choice. You've got those 10 guys, there's like 20 different or loadout options. Like that's like a couple of weekends for me to do that properly, to remove all the mold lines and stuff like that. Whereas it's a lot more manageable to be like, okay, this weekend, gone to the shop, bought a couple of blisters. That's like 4 models. I'll literally just stick them to the base, stick the arms on, you're done. Like, so simple. Yeah. And I do feel like they're really missing a trick in terms of that. And I feel like people's pile of shame or potential, whatever you want to call it, is growing much more nowadays in the modern era of Games Workshop than they probably did back then. Not to say it doesn't exist. I definitely still have some old models and boxes that I've not touched from back in those days. The old loft story of my parents. And you did used to also get good kind of cheap plastic deals, right? One of my very first boxes was Imperial, was it Imperial Dwarves? I think it was Space Dwarves, right? It was I think you got 20 squats in a box. It was like a really almost like square box, and they did one for Imperial Guard as well, which I think I also got. And they were dirt cheap. back in the day. And also in those days, they did like vouchers in White Dwarfs. They did like store anniversaries where you could get like discounts on everything. Like there was ways of buying cheap 40k, whereas now you basically have independent retailers and that's it.
Yeah. I don't think it's an issue though necessarily, right? That like, look, modern retail practices and the way that they've obviously decided to kind of change the way things works is fine, I guess. But the point I was probably getting to, not necessarily about the prices, but just more about the piecemeal nature of it, right? Like price is relatively irrelevant to me in this conversation, in so much as we all accept that Games Workshop is and Warhammer is an expensive hobby, so we just kind of let that sort of, you know, settle as a given. But like, it's just that thing, right? Like I feel like now you just have to like you say, everything is a barrier to entry and a tedious trial sometimes. It's like when I buy a box of something, I get an amount of miniatures, maybe more than I want in some instances, and it's just so much choice. But a lot of it is stuff I didn't even really want, and I'm having to kind of compromise around it. Whereas at least, and again, the blisters weren't perfect, right? So like a lot of the time you'd have situations where you'd have excess.
Is it? Oh, I thought you were going to talk about like the bent swords and banners.
No. I mean, obviously they were real problems, but like, you know, like for example, swooping hawks came in a blister of 3. It's like, cool, I got 3 swooping hawks. I think it was a blister of 3. Or maybe it was a blister of 2. Whatever the case is, it was an irritating number for collecting a squad, basically, because you'd be like, I want 5 of these. Well, it's like, well, you can have 4 or 6. It's like, dang it. Although they did at different points add different SKUs that had different options. But it's just that thing. I just liked blisters. I liked the old metal sculpts. I liked the fact that you would go into a store and all the shelves were just loaded with loads of different things.
You would just sort of like rummage around and have a look to see what it was. And it's a bit like Lucky Dip, right? You've got to
what have they got in?
What have they got? What's the combo of the models that I like the look of? And I'd probably sort of, I think in those days as a kid, you're just buying stuff because it kind of looks cool. Obviously, it probably fits in with your army, but you're not looking at it from like I need this optimized war gear loadout like that you do nowadays, because obviously everyone's much more competitive minded. Maybe you would in those days as well, but I definitely remember just, browsing the blisters and finding what I thought looked good and getting those.
Yeah. The other thing with that though as well was the mail order component, not just obviously ordering actual full kits, but ordering bits. That was amazing.
Yeah, like I have to say, I half of my purchases for Warhammer are probably on, like Element Games. The other half is bit sites and eBay. Because as you say, it's like, do I want to spend 30 quid on a brand new box to get a couple of arms or like a couple of heads that I want for a particular conversion and a project? And maybe this is just a problem that I have, or people that want to convert stuff have, versus the majority of like, I just want to build an army, I don't care what it looks like sort of attitude. But yeah, and sometimes it's probably more expensive to do it this way, but it's like, I'd rather spend a £5 or a tenner on like 5 bits of plastic that I really need, than spend 30 quid on an entire box of like 10 men that I don't need 80% of, and I don't want that plastic cluttering up my house. And it's like, maybe it would be better that I buy that box and then sell those bits on, but I'm a bit like, that's too much hassle. I'll just literally go to like Bits and Kits is one I use quite a lot, or eBay for particular bits. And half the time you pay over the odds, especially on eBay or places like Bits and Kits. They're just not in stock a lot of the time, so you're constantly trawling those websites for the individual bits. I don't feel like I ever used mail order all that much. I'm sure I might have done it once or twice, but I fondly remember looking through White Dwarf at the back where they had the catalogues, and I definitely remember owning several of the catalogues and just looking at them. And they were just like really inspiring to just see what ranges existed. And I guess I do that nowadays just by browsing the Games Workshop website, right? It's a similar sort of experience.
Yeah, I don't know if it is a similar experience though, because actually what I enjoyed about the mail order process as well was the kind of tactile nature of it, where you would pick up the phone and talk to the rep and go through like your order and put your, tell them what you wanted and go through like the item numbers, and they'd obviously build up your specific order and they'd talk with you about the projects that you were doing with it and why you wanted those bits specifically. Like I built so I was doing a word bearers. There you go. We're getting your problem in reverse.
You're doing it to me.
I do it to you. I did a word bearers painting project for a store painting competition, and I did a word bearers chaplain, and I took like a mace from an old priest model who had like this really elaborate like big old mace that he kind of held up in the air, and then I got the Salamander's chaplain model. Basically, I got loads of these like bits, and I ordered it all together, and it was a really cool process, and put it all together, and was like, yeah, that's wicked. And it was just a fun thing. It was just like, it was sort of, again, it just, I don't know. But again, a lot of that is nostalgia as well, right? Like, I think at the end of the day, I think the amount of stuff that you get on these kits and these sprues now is really awesome. But I can't lie that there was something really cool about that kind of community, that kind of creative component of the Games Workshop company and or hobby ethos, that we were, customers, yes, but there was a sort of shared enthusiasm for what we were doing. And that's the thing, I think, genuinely. The other last thing I want to talk about with regards to the stores, unless you wanted to talk any more about that particular kind of retail arm of it, there's just one last thing I wanted to talk about with the stores.
Oh, go on.
Which was Games Day. Games Day was special in the 90s and 2000s, because we as a store, as the kind of central hub of the communities, would actually go and represent ourselves at Games Day. We would have a store banner. We would, get on the coach. We'd go to the place. We as a community within the store would also be contributing to Games Day. So, we would do like painting projects and stuff. So they'd be like, oh, we got to paint, 300 Moria goblins for this Lord of the Rings table. And so come on guys, come in and we'll get pizza and we'll paint some goblins together. And it was like, yeah, cool, man. Like, going up to Games Day and seeing, the 300 goblins, of which you painted maybe 50 as a store, and being able to try and find your goblin amongst the game. It's like, where am I? Oh, there he is. I see him. But yeah, just that whole thing, right? Like, it was just cool. Like, again, a nice sort of community vibe that I understand why they've had to pull back from it. I say I understand. I don't really get it, but that was something really sort of special about the old store ethos back in the day as well. That I feel like it was more, this is the thing, like, there used to be, and maybe this was just unique to some stores, but certainly the Salisbury store that I was frequenting as a young man, and then subsequently the Southampton store, had a really great community vibe to them, and people there were a community, and the store did so much to make you feel more than just a customer a lot of the time. It felt like something a bit more kind of more personal. And I think a lot of that is exemplified through Games Day and the whole kind of, as I say, turning up with your big stupid banner, and all that stuff.
There was definitely some amazing aspects to those that you don't really get at Warhammer Fest in its sort of modern day iteration. And I do really enjoy Warhammer Fest. I thought the times have been really cool. Some things about Games Day which were really special to me. One of them were like the mad like one-off game systems that they created, where it's like or like huge dioramas that they put on where they'd scratch built Titans, or they'd done because then they do like the attack of on the Emperor's Palace as like a diorama. They did almost like some D-Day style beach landings with Astra Militarum, like chimeras and stuff, because they're amphibious vehicles when they had that rule, or like island hopping in a kind of Pacific World War II sort of vibe. They always did sort of stuff like that and custom games that you could just join in and play for like a half hour or an hour, moving giant models around and things like that. And that was very unique to that you don't really get nowadays. Like the closest to that, I think, is probably when they did like the intro game to 8th edition 40k, where it's like, come play a game of that for half hour and that's about it. And the other thing that they did that was amazing, that was seared into my eyeballs, was the live action videos that they did. So there was one where it's like guys in giant costumes as an orc or a gene stealer cultist with some gene stealers roaming around, and it was probably like 3 minutes long, but it was on rotation on these giant screens every so often, and they were just so fascinating. And they haven't really ever done anything since. Obviously, there's, the Henry Cavill Amazon stuff that's going to come down the line. The closest thing they've done to it is either Warhammer Plus with the animation stuff, or when they were, I don't know if it was the first time they did the Knights, but maybe it was the second wave of Knight releases. They did like a cool live action trailer for them where it was a guy and a girl, or maybe 3 people in total, sort of dressed up like the, Knight, what are they called? Not princeps, but the equivalent of a Titan princeps. Like the crew for the Knights, just sort of walking down a corridor or something. That was very cool that they did a few years ago recently. But they haven't quite done the same sort of scale as what they used to do in Games Day. Maybe that was they had lower budget, but more creativity and more willing to sort of shoot for the moon. Like they're just going to do something mad and hope it works. And it doesn't matter if it's a bit, as we say, Doctor Who back in those days, like a bit cardboard wobbly sets. Whereas nowadays, I guess the production quality would have to be so much higher. It's a bit more difficult for them to try and pull off something like that.
Yeah. I mean, look, one of the things I will say in terms of trying to speak to the positives of the modern Games Workshop versus, because obviously, look, the Games Day stuff and all that stuff, I agree, like the nostalgia element of it, but also, as much as there is a nostalgia element to it, I think the way that Games Day was back in the day, it felt bigger and better than because of the integration of the stores and all the rest of it. But I understand why Games Workshop have moved away from that. I understand why the stores now need to be recruitment centres or retail outlets for, for majoritively kids, I guess, is probably the majority of like Warhammer stores markets now, which is cool. It's fine. There's no real issue with that. But I think, it's just interesting how that ethos has kind of infiltrated all other aspects of the business. And I think now one of the things that's really weird about Games Workshop is that, again, with the advent of the internet and all social media platforms, really now, everyone sort of exists in their own little dark social spaces, and people just, reside in their own kind of worlds rather than kind of preoccupying themselves with or going to, kind of Games Workshop as the sort of central hub of the communities. And I say that as someone who has actually as well, and, hold my hands up, over the last 5-6 years, it has not been possible for me to really kind of get involved with a Games Workshop community, because ultimately I was living in a place where it was a real pain in the arse to get to a GW store. So I just didn't. I am now in a situation where a Games Workshop store is not very far away from me at all. And I am now attempting to sort of, integrate myself into the local kind of gaming community. But I've already found that really around where I am now, in particular, gaming clubs and that kind of stuff is better than trying to deal with the store. Not that the store's bad. The manager's great. It's a good vibe. But what I'm saying is that, in terms of the community, it does seem to kind of exist outside of Warhammer store as opposed to within it.
I think that's just the age of society that we live in, right? It's like in those days, the community was a physical thing. You didn't have the internet, you didn't have mobile phones. Like, you had to be present somewhere. And like, there was a school club that was like a Games Workshop school club that I was part of, and there was the Games Workshop store. And those were the two places. That maybe there was like a more for adults, a games club as well that I was never aware of in Harrow. But that was it. But nowadays, you've got the internet, you've got Warhammer Community, which, we haven't really touched on that, but that's a fantastic sort of focal point for the community, even though it isn't really a community in and of itself, because you can't comment, you can't interact with it. But it's the news feed that all the communities talk about. It's like, okay, here's the previews from the LVO. Great. Everyone's talking about that. Like, that's the sort of focal point that all the communities exist sort of around, I guess. But you've got, as you say, the online socials, like the WhatsApp chats that people have with their mates, the games clubs, the local clubs that have sort of taken over what the Games Workshop stores do. So I don't think current Games Workshop stores really need to be that focus point. And then you also have sort of like either open, like online communities, like you've got Reddit, you've got Facebook, you've got Instagram, stuff like that. And then you've got kind of semi-closed groups. You've effectively got things like, Patreon Discords and stuff like that. So a lot of people have their favorite YouTube, content creators or painters or whatever. And there's mini communities based around them as well. So the way of socializing and interacting with people within 40k or Warhammer in general, right, is you got so much more of a choice. It's not just you've got to be down your local Games Workshop to be involved, or your mates from school, or whatever it was.
Yeah, for sure. So I absolutely agree with your perspective there in terms of obviously the evolution of the sort of social spaces and how that works. But so look, I think here's the thing, right? Like, in terms of the modern era, I actually love where we're at the moment, because I think there's a really healthy and very kind of buoyant community for this that, I really love being a part of. I think, the fact is Games Workshop, as in the store, and that by extension, the kind of community that fosters, central to my kind of hobby and gaming experience? Absolutely not. But then I think we're so fortunate to live in an era where we can connect with each other and people all around the world through what we're doing here right now, but also just through the kind of, online communities that we can reside within. And I think that's really awesome. And I think ultimately, I don't dislike the fact that Games Workshop has moved to, or rather the Warhammer stores have moved into the kind of space that they occupy. I think it's a very fair and reasonable thing for them to kind of move into the kind of model that they've moved to. I think, ultimately in the 90s and the 2000s, as I experienced it, Games Workshop served its purpose and served it well. But I think within the modern context, I think it does what it is designed to do very well, and ultimately opens the door to loads of new hobbyists. And again, I think ultimately this hobby, this whole thing is a journey of sorts. And ultimately, you and I are at a very different stage to the, young boys and girls that are getting into the hobby today. Ultimately, I think, Games Workshop still kind of probably performs some of that function for those people, but equally they're probably going to be, excited about people they can follow on Instagram and stuff that they can kind of watch on YouTube. So yeah, I think it's good overall. I think, ultimately I'm really grateful that I got to experience some of those really exciting kind of, experiences during my kind of formative years. But, I think as it is right now, it's still in a good place. So, in terms of the general kind of community and store culture, is Games Workshop, Warhammer the store, as good as a place or as good as a thing as it used to be? No, but in a way it doesn't need to be. And in a way, I actually would argue that today what we have is better, because I actually think it's great that we've kind of taken ourselves out of that ecosystem and are able to kind of celebrate a more broader kind of hobby ethos outside of it. So if I'm talking about the community hub and the store and that whole kind of retail construct, I think community wise, I think we're in a better place today than we used to be. But, you know, I think that's not necessarily a direct result of what Games Workshop have done, but more just how we as a community have aligned.
Yeah, I can get behind that. That sort of neatly ties in. I'm going to say the next topic. I'm just making it up. But basically, the general knowledge of Warhammer in terms of online resources, like lore stuff, loads of stuff that you can get online now that you couldn't before. You basically had the White Dwarf and that was it. But also like the knowledge and ease of access of playing the game, learning how to paint, learning how to hobby. If you want to like tips on green stuffing, you know, painting your minis, there's a vast wealth of information online for free on YouTube or via paid Patreons, or Warhammer Plus subscriptions like that. And that, I think, is overall a positive. My one criticism of it, though, is it's quite easy to get overwhelmed by the sheer quality of good painters nowadays and models that you see out there. And if you're starting out, or even, you know, even I get it sometimes, right? You look at other people's stuff and you're bowled over by how good stuff is. It just makes you want to quit, right? It paralyzes you with, I can't do as good as that, so why even try? And actually, I feel like maybe there needs to be a bit more of a shift to just painting to a good tabletop standard, or doing the best that you can and not trying to compare yourself to others, which I don't feel like you really got to do as a kid. Like, you would see what was painted in White Dwarf and you'd always try and emulate that, because that was your one source of like content for Warhammer beyond the codexes or any kind of books and stuff. So it was, not to say it was more achievable. I would like to say when White Dwarf went through that weekly phase, their painting standard definitely dropped for what they showed on things like the covers and stuff like that. And that was much more like army painter rather than heavy metal. And while people completely ribbed on them for it, I felt like it was giving people a more achievable aspiration that they could actually, you know, was actually feasible, right? Rather than constantly seeing heavy metal stuff going, okay, I'm now going to get frustrated because I can't actually emulate that paint scheme with my abilities of not being a very good painter, right?
Yeah. No, I do think the access to information, both lore and painting, and that broader kind of thing is you know, transformative in terms of what it's done to the, you know, overall kind of quality of miniature production and or general kind of hobby. Like it's astounding the levels that people can accomplish today in terms of painting and modeling. So I think obviously that collective kind of hive mind of the internet has definitely yielded really good positive situations overall. So the accessibility of information is extraordinary now, which, you know, can only really be looked at as a massive positive, right?
Yeah, I think so. Although you could say the hive mind when it comes to competitive 40k can be good and bad. One, it can probably work out and break the game very quickly and find the broken combos, which in a way is good because if it gets fixed, but also means like certain combos as a kid, but pre-internet you wouldn't have ever really realised or discovered, or maybe one or two people did, and it wouldn't have been as prevalent or an issue. But the downside, I think, is also there just tends to be a general consensus of what units are good and what's bad, and therefore it sort of taints everyone's worldview of why are you taking those models, why are you taking this unit. And actually, as a, you know, pre-internet, you just take what you liked or what you thought were good, or what your mates were good. It's like the meta there was no like international meta. There was no national meta, except maybe in a tournament scene, right? It was all what you and your mates played, which is what counted. So if one of my mates had a Land Raider and he was stomping me game after game, I would go out and buy a unit to counter his unit, and then maybe he would then go out and buy units to counter that. And that was, it was like the evolving meta of when you just play your friends at each other's houses. That's how it sort of went, I think. Whereas nowadays you just have a holistic, I just looked at online, Goonhammer's said this is the sort of army I should buy if I'm doing this. If I'm buying a guard army, okay, cool. Like, this is great now, so I'm going to go out and buy that. It feels like that's in a way ruined, I don't know, sort of self-discovery, I think. But maybe it's not really much of an issue, and that's just a minor nitpick.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I didn't want to get too deep into the game conversation because I feel like people who listen to this podcast have heard my opinions on the game at tedium. So I'd keep this really short, or at least short by my standards.
Sure. 10 hours later.
Yeah, no, indeed. The hive mind in the gaming space, I still think is actually probably one of the weirdest aspects of the hobby at the moment, because I would argue that most people who talk about what's good on the internet are often the least qualified at actually implementing or understanding why or what is good about it. Again, right, like, I will look like the biggest fool when I say this, and it turns out that these things are tearing it up everywhere and everyone is really, really, really actually able to do this well. But we were talking about the Karsikins as part of the Beachhead rules pack. So we were talking about, do we need to nerf these guys? Do we need to address them? And my perspective was absolutely not. Like, why would we do that? They're fine. And people are like, but they can do loads of mortal wounds. It's like, yes, if you take a very specific build and are then able to find yourself in a situation where you're able to have enough targets to be able to, get the most optimal output. Because it's like literally a case of, you got to have these characters. So you got to have the banner. You got to have your man on a horse. You got to have the one that gives them the exploding sixes, which I think is a stratagem, or another dude, or the man on the horse, or whatever. The point is that you're talking about a unit with 30 shots at range, what is it, 18 or 24? 24.
24 now.
24, right? And it's capped at 6 mortal wounds, right, per unit. So logically...
No, it's not capped at all at the moment.
I thought they capped it at 6 mortal wounds. You're going to make me...
I'm trying to remember now. I thought the problem was that... Oh, it might have been... hold on. Was it... Yeah, maybe it was capped at 6, but the wording was odd that it was...
Yeah, so it's capped at 6, but you can target multiple units.
Yes,
so you can do
you can do more. Yeah,
wounds.
I think that's... You're right.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
So you're basically talking about an expensive-ish... Not an expensive squad, a relatively cheap squad, but a squad with... Basically, if you stack up a bunch of stratagems and you stack up a bunch of abilities and you happen to have enough valid targets, and then you proceed to have some of the most optimized shooting I've ever heard of, then yes, in theory, it'll do 18 mortal wounds across 3 different units in a turn. But even if you just broke it down by threes, it's that thing where it's like, okay, I've got to roll 10 dice for this squad, 10 dice for this squad, 10 dice for this squad. I'm hitting on 4s, right? And any 6s are mortal wounds or whatever it is, or any 5s and 6s are mortal wounds, or whatever the number is.
Yeah, you're hitting on 3s because they're elites, and then 5s.
So you're hitting on 4s because it's heavy. Because you almost certainly will have moved in order to
if you're taking the the hot shot volley gun, I think.
Yeah, which is how the thing that...
Yes, yeah, no, you're right,
Yeah, so basically, you're talking about hitting on 4s, and you're basically rolling 10 dice, and you are telling me that on 10 dice you are going to roll, without fail, 6 6s every time. Like, it's like, what? Or like 6 5-ups.
Or 5s, you can make it do mortal wounds, with
so it's like, I mean, have you rolled dice in your life? Like,
I do. I rolled lots of 1s and 2s normally.
Yeah, exactly. It's just this stuff where, like, genuinely people sort of maths hammer it and turn around and go, oh, these are the most broken things in the world because you can do all this stuff with them, they're amazing. But you put them on the tabletop and you go, Oh, I need line of sight. Oh, I need to be in range. Oh, I can't just put them in a vehicle and have them turn up and do this because then I can't put any of the buffs on them. It's like, oh, I didn't get it. Whoopsie. And it was always the thing as well. There's so many times where people online would be going on about, oh, there's this, do you remember the Chain Lord? This infamous flipping lord from Chaos that when you put 1,000 points worth of guff onto it, i.e. psychic powers, stratagems, blessings, war chants, all this other stuff, right? Like, once you did all that to it, it could walk into anything and go, 6 million mortal wounds, or whatever the number was, right? It wasn't obviously that many, but it was a lot. However,
it was very, very high, yeah. But you
believe,
never really saw it, yeah.
You wouldn't believe the amount of times I saw people try and use it, and they went, right, now my, what are they called? The chaplain for Chaos Space Marines. Dark Apostle. My Dark Apostle is going to do his blessing, or whatever it is, his shout. Roll a 2. Like, oh. Well, that's that then. Like, yeah, I guess so, mate. Cool. Or, oh, my sorcerer's going to put this on it. Oh, I failed it. Or the most hilarious one, I've got all the buffs off. I'm coming for you. All I got to do is roll a 6-inch charge. Free. It's like, oh okay.
Yeah,
this is the problem with all this stuff. It's like, it breaks down.
In part that's just general internet discourse, but I feel potentially made worse by sort of YouTube pundits, right? The talking heads people.
Oh God, people like us.
Well, we don't do videos going.
Is that why we're able to maintain a certain level of street cred? We're not the same as all these YouTubers because we're not as popular?
Well, no, my point is it's content creation for some YouTubers, right, where they will do a YouTube video specifically shouting out these combos, or videos titled Kazakin are broken with a like screamy face photo attached of them to it or something, where they've done content particularly to raise awareness of this thing. And as you say, maybe it doesn't actually do anything, but it's easy, cheap content for them to put out. So why wouldn't they? And that invariably, it's like the, not quite the, Barbra Streisand effect, because that's when someone wants to squash it but becomes more popular. But in them putting it out makes everyone more aware of it and thinks these people are authority figures, so therefore takes it more seriously when several of these people are all talking about it, and it becomes a sort of vicious circle of someone talks about it on like Reddit, then the YouTubers find out about it and then they talk about it, and then the other competitive 40k groups see those videos and then they're talking about it, and it then becomes the cultural zeitgeist of these are the killer combos that are breaking the game and ruining everything. It's like, I'm sure even we talked about it where we were like, oh God, the Tau railgun seems busted when that first came out.
Yeah, I agree.
But it doesn't feel like it's shaken up the meta or broken the game in any way. And that always happens though, is whenever a codex comes out, people lose their minds. And ultimately, it sort of settles down where it's not as bad as people thought it was, or it's easily countered by other things, or it just gets, nerfed by Games Workshop. So it's, that's a cycle that will always exist and is prevalated by sort of the social media and online.
Yeah, I think the real issue with the online community and the real cross they have to bear, or the stigma that is labelled at them, that I think is relatively appropriate. And I say them because, obviously I'm not part of that at all, although I obviously am. I think it's the way that, Games Workshop have listened to and or observed the wants and needs of certain sectors of the audience to end up in a situation where we essentially have 9th edition, which by far and away is the most uncompelling version of 40k in terms of mission structure and other things. I actually think the core rules of 40k 9th edition are perfectly reasonable. I just think where it falls over is within its kind of mission structure and these insane secondaries and all of this kind of stuff. So I think honestly, sincerely. I think the online discourse definitely has had an interesting impact on the on the way the game is played, and ultimately led us into a situation where people are obviously compelled to, argue that the game needs to be played in this very kind of one-dimensional, not nearly as narrative way. And I think that's a shame, because I actually think in the olden days, I think we were a lot more experimental with gameplay. And if I can just say as like a final comment on this, one of the best examples I can give of how unadventurous I think 40k players have become, or at least, the majority of, or, those that I've experienced, is we were invited, me and Phil, to participate in what was intended to be a kind of like small event ran by a guy who was looking to do more thematic style gaming things. And we were interested because we wanted to get involved, because we like the idea of doing gaming events with more themes and, interesting kind of missions and overall kind of fun narrative structures. Just fun, random games like what we used to play back in the day. But over the course of time, due to the sort of sentiment of other kind of players, we were told that we have to turn it into, air quotation marks, normal 40k. Normal 40k being grand tournament, get the objective and stay on it 40k, which is fine, but it kind of robs a lot of the fun 40k experience, which was so much more abundant in the olden days. I mean, again, to speak to Phil's old White Dwarf issues, we've been, recounting various missions and things that you go, it just seems like there was a lot more kind of experimentation and fun back in the day when it comes to the sort of missions and narratives that you experienced in games. But I don't know.
Yeah, no, there was always a lot more. And even in, like, I remember, God, what edition would have been? Either third or fifth, maybe. There was, like, in codexes, you quite often had actual missions that you can play.
You get that in Sigma.
Well, yeah, the Age of Sigma ones actually do that. That they're to do with the Path to Glory, which is their sort of Crusade Light-esque sort of system. And that's really cool. Like, everyone's got a themed battle or a couple that they can do, which was always really cool. I remember in the older ones for Grey Knights, for example, basically you as the Grey Knight player would play against any other army, doesn't matter what it is, but they would be given a certain allocation of like demons that they could take in their army for free, to represent the fact that they have some kind of possessed elements to them, or to tie it into the Grey Knights. And there'd be missions like the ritual or the summoning, and one of your characters might become possessed by a great demon, and then you've got to, as a Grey Knight player, fight them off and stuff. So there was some amazing, like, kind of cool thematic stuff, and it didn't really feel like, I mean, maybe there was a element of balance in there, but it probably was more rule of cool more than let's make this like a super balanced game. And I think a lot of the times they're just like, like, playtest it. I remember I flicked through White Dwarf and stumbled across an article by Thomas Purin. He did More Time, and it was just as More Time had come out, and he was talking at, like, I think it was a bit of some extra but sort of bolt-on rules. I think maybe it was like a Town Crier issue, or just a general White Dwarf article. And he was like, these aren't official rules, but here they are for you to play with. They're, just play test them amongst your friends, and feel free to drop me an email, or, and let me know what you thought about it. And that was like the engaging dialogue, that they had. Maybe it wasn't even an email. Maybe back then it would have been a letter, for example. But it was kind of cool that they're like, here's a bunch of, like, themed rules that you can try. There might not even be balanced, but give it a go. Whereas now everything is very polished in White Dwarf, which is very good. It's all very official, all done by the rules writers. And it's like, okay, here's either like a mission or some rules for, an Index Astartes, or a Crusade, Army of Renown, or actually it's not even Crusade, it's just an Army of Renown. And it's like, that's been probably much better play tested, or let's assume it has been, because that's now like tournament legal all of a sudden, that anyone can play in like events around the world. It's not like, here's some fun experimental rules we've just come up with in the office. It's got a level of polish that the older stuff doesn't have, but at the same time, lacks a bit of a maybe fun flavour in comparison that some of the older stuff might have had. And maybe that's a good trade-off, or at the very least, if you're a tournament player, then it is a trade-off that you'd be happy with.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, look, from a gaming side of things, what I will say about the state of Warhammer, Games Workshop, the broader hobby spectrum, to talk about it from a exclusively 40k perspective, I think the game is in a bit of a interesting spot. I think we're all very excited about what 10th edition can bring to the table. But what I will say to its credit as a broader ecosystem is I think there has never been a better time in terms of choice, as it were. Like, you know, myself and Phil have most recently gotten into actually playing Age of Sigmar, and that's been super fun. Kill Team is a really good game system. Boarding Actions is supposedly good, but we've still not been able to play it because we can't seem to get our hands on Arcs of Omen for love nor money.
Update for you. I don't know if you got the email, but apparently it's coming in March.
Well, they don't even know that. They said they've updated it to March, but
yes.
They have no idea.
Yeah. But I thought I'd throw that in there.
No, thank you. But yeah, so I think that's the thing. Like, it's difficult for me to say that, you know, people, it's well documented that I prefer older editions of this game. But I think if you look at the broader ecosystem, I think people are a little less tribalistic about certain kind of like systems. I think before, like, you know, there was a very distinct sort of difference between Warhammer Fantasy and Warhammer 40,000, and they probably spoke to quite different audiences, where it feels like Age of Sigmar and 40k has a bit more of an overlap. Heresy and 40k obviously has an overlap. And then like Necromunda, Kill Team, so on and so forth. You know, these systems seem to all kind of interlink quite nicely, and I think people in the general sense are happy to try and kind of explore and experiment with different systems if necessary. But yeah, I'd say at the moment, if you're just talking about just pure 40k, I think it's in a weird spot. But I think ultimately, from a gaming perspective, it feels okay overall, I'd say at the moment. I think the game, I just really hope 10th edition sticks the landing. I want 10th edition to be great. I think it has all of the necessary, you know, capabilities of being great. I just hope that it is. So there we go on the game side of things. I guess the last thing that we should talk about is miniatures. Not necessarily the rate of releases, but the types of miniatures. And we've already talked about this, right? Like we talked about the blisters and modern day kits and all the rest of it. I'm just going to come out and say it, that obviously as a predominantly gamer orientated hobbyist, I miss the simplicity of the older kits. Don't get me wrong, I don't miss trying to glue plastic arms or plastic components to metal bits, and I certainly don't miss trying to glue metal bits to plastic kits. That kind of stuff was
or the worst thing, metal to metal that was very large and heavy, and you had to like pin it together. Oh dear God, it was a nightmare. And trying to convert that stuff. So I, a few years ago, converted up my old Blood Bowl halfling team, which were all like original metal halflings. And I was like, I stripped them all, and I was like, I'm going to convert them all slightly. So repost some, add bits of detail, swap some arms out and stuff like that. So they were a bit more unique, because in those days you had a lot of identical poses. Basically, you had like a few variants. Some were quite often the same base sculpt in terms of like the body, but then it would have a slightly different head, or the arms were pointing in a slightly different direction. But clearly the legs and torso were the same. So I was like, I'm going to swap some of these about, and try and like shave off or cut into metal to like remove bits of detail, or even just trying to use like a hacksaw to like cut an arm off or drill into it. Oh dear God, it's such a nightmare. I did not enjoy it, and I think I probably cut myself multiple times trying to like use a knife to like shave off tiny bits of metal. It's not a pleasant experience. So the move to plastic is a huge boost for the hobby, I would say.
Yeah, but here's the thing, what I will say, right? I feel like there was a relative amazing period in plastic sculpts, which never really was fully kind of realised in the Warhammer 40,000 space, but I think it was very much the Lord of the Rings plastics. I think the Lord of the Rings plastics kind of achieved a really beautiful midpoint between single sculpt or very limited kind of pieces, and obviously all the benefits of plastic. So a lot of the Lord of the Rings miniatures really benefited from being very easy to put together, but looking really gorgeous because of obviously the amount of kind of things they could achieve within the molding process. A lot of the 40k stuff that's gone into the plastic realm has always had a certain degree of, potential kind of added complexity as we've gone along. But I think it's really kind of gone to sort of crazy levels in the last 6, 7, 8 years. I genuinely think now...
Not even that. I would say last 3 years, like the insane level of the newest stuff. I mean, it's beautiful and gorgeous, and if you want to do a golden demon on literally anything that's been created recently, you can do, but the complexity of some of those kits is a bit of a nightmare.
Honestly, mate, some of the ranges are legitimately unusable as gaming miniatures in a practical basis. I went to a one-day RTT and I took Adeptus Mechanicus. So I had, emphasis on had, a beautiful Adeptus Mechanicus army that I bought from Fingers, from Big Phil. It gorgeously painted, wonderful Mechanicus army. I took it to a tournament because I've had it for ages and I really wanted to play it. I may as well have just taken it out of the case and slung it across the room, because just through the wear and tear of gaming with these insanely delicate pieces, my infiltrators fell to bits. My Cataphron destroyers fell to bits. My Skitarii Rangers fell to bits. My Iron Strider, obliterated in ways I couldn't even begin to understand. I was literally picked it up at one point and it was like it turned to sand in my hands. It was like, this is a gorgeous but utterly awful range as a gaming miniatures range. Because you can't use it.
Yeah, they've got some fragile bits on there. Some bits are relatively durable, but other bits not. And it's like, I've had a similar experience building my Nighthaunt. Admittedly, some of them I've kit bashed and converted, and the fragility is on my part. But a lot of it, the bits that have snapped off, tiny little bits of candles on the end of people's heads and stuff, or some of the weapon arms. The arms are so fragile and they're spindly and they snag on stuff on clothes or on other models as you're moving them around. So when I played that last weekend, I was so delicate with how I handled every miniature, because I knew that if I knocked them in the wrong way, bits would break off. There's a beauty to the models, but there's quite an impracticality from a gaming perspective, and also more so a transportation perspective of those models. And I feel like the popularity of the magnetized case, or the Duncan Rhodes, was it really useful boxes method, is in part due to that, because they, you know, a normal packed foam carry case just doesn't do the job anymore, because that will snap stuff off, bits will snag on the foam and things like that. So you do need a magnetized case to like store your models nowadays, because of the sort of fragility of some of those sculpts, basically.
Yeah. But this is the problem with it, right? Like, Games Workshop were very open about the fact that, like, 9-10 years ago, their ethos as a company was to become the best model makers. They were all about decorative, collectible miniatures. They didn't really prioritize gaming miniatures. And that's the one thing I will say about the old minis as well, is that, okay, yes, there were some very specific miniatures with some very specific problems, but on the whole, everything was a dense, you know, durable lump of something. Now, don't get me wrong, the amount of times a metal mini would just sort of fall over and paint would just chip off it, like in chunks, was very frustrating, because obviously that was one of the weird little side effects of like metal, was that the paint was just, you know, chomping at the bit to just flake off of it. So that was always a uniquely interesting problem, that like, oh, I've dropped my miniature on the floor, its arm snapped off and it's taken half the paint job with it. Great. One of the minis I had as a younger person was the metal land speeder. Do you remember those ones?
Oh yeah, yeah. Not the super original ones, but they were still outdoors, right? With the sort of kind of boxy fronts. And
well, it was the second edition metal, so it had the kind of like.
Is it like an underslung multi-melter or assault cannon?
Yeah, underslung multi-melter, yeah, with a heavy flamer, I think, or heavy bolter or multi-melter or something on the top.
Yeah.
The point is, though, is, yeah, one time that fell off a shelf and that shattered in ways that you were like, oh, God. So that was an absolute nightmare to get that to go back together. And even putting it together in the first place was a nightmare, because certain bits had kind of miscast and other things. But my point is that, like, yes, okay, the problem is with the metal stuff is I suppose when you went beyond single miniatures, it turned into a nightmare.
Really work. Yeah.
But for the single miniatures, it was great, because back then, or even then, the old plastics back then, like, you know, they were so much easier to put together. That's the thing. Like, I just think of the thing where, like, yes, there were some complicated kits for sure, but overall, you know, for the smaller squads, I thought it was a pretty reasonable thing. Because right now, it's like, I mean, I've just put together a bunch of Corsairs, and it's like, oh my God, this kit, it's ridiculous. It's just like so many bits, and I'm having to chop off loads of stuff, because I'm just like, well, that's just going to ping off the minute I actually try and use it.
Yeah, I think there's one aspect that we're sort of alluding at, right, is there's so much detail on the kits. Yes, that makes them good, but it also makes them a nightmare to paint. And I kind of enjoyed the simplicity of some of the older models, especially when I was a novice painter, just because it made it easier to achieve a better sort of finished look. Whereas now it's like sometimes like when I paint up my assassins, I sort of skipped over all the pouches, because I just left them in the undercoat of black, basically, because it kind of worked. But I still look at them going, oh yeah, I need to go back and paint those up. Whereas probably in the older versions of those assassins, like the metal ones, they probably had a lot less pouches on them. So it would have been easier to paint them up. Like, I've seen people paint up the second edition 40k box set with the plastic goblins and the orcs and the Space Marines, right? Really boxy, super durable models. They were like single piece for the body, and then a push fit like gun in the front, all mono pose, all the exact same pose basically for like everything bar the sergeant, I think, on the, and like the Devastator special weapon, stuff like that, the heavy weapon. But when painted up well, God, they actually look gorgeous. Like, but I think everyone thinks that they were terrible sculpts because people painted them really badly, because when we were doing it, we were all like 12 or 15 or something, and we weren't painting it well. But when someone actually nowadays paints it up to a really high standard, it kind of shows off how good those sculpts can look. And yeah, they're probably not as crisp in detail as they will be nowadays, which, you know, that is one benefit of the modern sort of CAD stuff, is I think it really shows up what the detail is. I remember looking at a lot of the metal models and spending a lot of time trying to wonder what a particular thing was, just because it was quite small and you couldn't see what it, you know, the actual detail very well, because it was obviously all hand sculpted. Whereas nowadays the models are bigger, which I think is good, because it makes it easier to paint. It's easier to see what those actual things are, and the detail on them super crisp. I just feel like they're just overblown with so much detail. It just makes you go, God, is this necessary that they've put on all this stuff? And it just, if you want to do it well, it slows you down as trying to paint up a whole army in that sort of, you know, standard or style.
Yeah. I think that's the thing, isn't it? It's almost like it's just sort of, I don't know what the sweet spot was necessarily, but it feels like we've definitely gone too far on the Baroque over-the-top sort of stylings.
Yeah, I mean, there's also, so you also had the multi-pose versus mono-pose debate, and it feels like that's died down a little bit. But like a few years ago, when Games Workshop was shifting from the old sort of Space Marine multi-pose kits where, you know, your arms were separate from the torso was separate from the legs, and the head was separate as well. And you had some posability in those models. So if you want to have a Space Marine looking in one direction, shooting in one particular way, you could do, whereas you don't quite get that so much now, even with the intercessor kits. Like, yeah, you can move the head around, but that's kind of it. But normally it's like one set of arms go together to hold a gun in a particular way. Yeah, you get some options in terms of if he's holding a pistol and a knife, yeah, you can pose those about a little bit. But quite often they stick into the sockets of the body in a fixed pose. And if you want to change that pose, you've got to like cut off the little tabs and stuff to get a bit of flexibility. And I remember lots of people lamenting the lack of posability in the newer sculpts. But I feel like the trade-off is you get really cool dynamic poses. Like you look at the like the Orc Commandos, they just all look phenomenal, but they're all effectively like single pose miniatures. There's no replicas, like they're all individual, but you can't change the direction of a head or a gun very easily. And quite often, if you want to convert stuff up nowadays, you almost need to like assemble the model completely, or at least in a few parts, and then you can cut off an arm or a leg and then repose that. Whereas before, you could kind of just do it out of the box, and you had that kind of customization back, like, say, 10 years ago. Yeah,
it's true. 100% correct, I'd say. I think this is the thing. I think, look, there are definitely pros and cons to our current scenario. Ultimately, we are in a situation that if we really want to have all the old style sculpts, or, you know, take advantage of some of the old miniatures, they're still there. You can just go to eBay. You know, they might cost you a few bob, but, you know, they're available to you. But I think there's a thing. I think, look, overall, the miniatures that Games Workshop are producing right now are stupendous. There are some absolutely gorgeous sculpts. Obviously, we have a Desolator squad every now and again, but, you know, not ever, yes. You can't always be perfect. The point is that, you know, basically we are overall receiving a pretty consistent high quality benchmark from them at the moment.
Oh, yeah, completely.
And that is a positive, but the last thing some of these things are is gaming pieces. Again, I will refer back to the Adeptus Mechanicus. If you genuinely are wanting to collect Adeptus Mechanicus as a gaming army, something that you want to play in tournaments and all the other bits and pieces, you definitely don't want to spend any time having put a lot of effort into that paint job, because they will not last. They literally, they as I say, they explode on contact with air. So just, you know.
Have you just got fat fingers, though?
No.
Is that it?
No, I haven't.
Just like accidentally knocking it over.
No, I've played Elder armies for my entire gaming time, and they're even slightly more durable. In Mechanicus, everything is tiny, tiny, tiny little limbs and tiny little probes and antennae and servitor babies on flipping tiny little chain. It's a beautiful mess, unfortunately.
Fair enough.
It's just, it's a disaster. So look, I think we've talked about this long enough anyways, that we should summarize. So Phil, where are you at the moment, mate? Do you feel like it is a good, bad, or indifferent time? I suppose the argument was the best or worst, but I imagine you'll probably arrive somewhere in the middle, such is the nature of these things.
If I had to pick one, I would probably say better. I do lament over some facts of stuff that we missed. One thing that we didn't get to talk about that I'll just summarise now. I feel like Forge World used to be like the pinnacle of really interesting 40k stuff, and it's just not that anymore because now it's the specialist game department, right?
That's true.
But they're doing a really good job at supporting those games that we've already talked about. It used to be like one and dones or a cycle of, one every 10 years or something. So the fact that they're supporting those, I think, is great. But I do miss the sort of really interesting, quirky elements of individual models and units that they used to create for 40k. But yeah, overall, I think it is really good. I think, Warhammer community is a huge plus. I think the model range is huge and fantastic, and the quality is really high, even if there are some downsides with maybe they're a bit over-designed and over-engineered and a bit fragile in a lot of places. But yeah, I think it's in a mostly good place. But I think maybe a lot of what we would like to see is nostalgia talking, and if they did bring it back, we would just be like, oh God, why have they done that?
And I think, I don't know if our listeners or you, the listener, will have listened to our LVO wrap-up before listening to this segment. Maybe you didn't, but when we talked about the Arbeites, I basically said that it's cool that they exist again, but I'm relatively indifferent to it. And I think that is kind of really sort of indicative of the sort of state of things at the moment, which is that cool stuff is going on, but it sort of lost some of its substance, I suppose. And a lot of that's probably to do with kind of external factors, 3D printing, general kind of other ranges of other miniatures, but also just the consistent churn as well. It's like, there's always something new around the corner. So, just having something all the time always impacts stuff. And here's the thing, I'll say it, I don't think, Warhammer, and noting that I still love and adore and will spend all my time with it, I think, nothing will be as good for me as when I experienced all this stuff for the first time. It's like, if I watched Lord of the Rings, Fellowship of the Ring this evening, it will never have the same impact as it did when I watched it the very first time. And the same is true of my journey through this hobby. Like the first time I started reading codexes and discovering the sad and unfortunate fall of the Elder and, how they birthed Slanesh, and that avatars are, shattered fragments of Kalamencha Kane brought to life by a noble sacrifice by a, warrior king. All of this sort of stuff, the way that you kind of dived into it, learning the stories of Macragge and how they defiantly stood off against High Fleet Kraken. I think it was Kraken. Anyway, the point is that, all these kind of narratives, all this discovery, all of these characters, all of these now, to me at least, iconic IP that has just become bored into my psyche, I can never now go on throughout the rest of my days without having a number of warm associations with names like Marnius Kalgar, Dante, Aldrad Ulfran. These things are just now kind of...
Commissar Yarrick, R.I.P.
Commissar Yarrick, R.I.P. But again, I have to be honest, it meant a lot more to me when I was, 13 than maybe what it means to me today, which is ridiculous when you think about it, because I actually think it means a heck of a lot to me today. As I always like to joke, so much so that I do a podcast about it on the regular. I love this hobby and I love what it is, but I think the thing that, really kind of stays with me is that early experiences and what it was. And I think I still sort of hold true to those ideologies at this point. I think the hobby for me is still the one that I experienced and grew up with, and it's always going to inform my preferences and my fandom. So is Games Workshop and Warhammer better today? Probably, but doesn't mean I like it as much as it used to be.
Yeah, that's a fair point. And I would say, I guess, the fair comparison is your experience when you got into the hobby, say, like you were 15, right? That first experience, that first experience of getting into Warhammer, is that as good and exciting to you then as it would be to a 13-year-old kid now getting into the hobby? Will they have the same excitement and interest?
I hope so.
I do too, and I think that's the thing that you've got to hope. And I think, you know, the reason why we raise a lot of these points is to be like, we actually want that next generation of gamers to get into the hobby as much as we've done, and we want them to enjoy it as much as we did back then, as opposed to just going, oh well, I feel different about it now because I'm older versus when I did as a kid.
Yeah, the only difference, I think, is the fact, and we sort of talked about it at the start, is the accessibility of information, right? People can listen to old farts like us reminiscing about stuff, and they can get a broad impression of what it used to be like. And, you know, obviously we put this out there on the internet for people to access, so that's cool. But the thing is like, you know, when I was getting into the hobby, I didn't have podcasts, I didn't have YouTube channels. And I think that's the thing, I think, you know, but maybe in a way, that was one of the things that made it special to me, that I felt like I was tapping into these, like, not secrets, but these, you know, these stories and these adventures and these worlds that I hadn't previously been exposed to. And I think, you know, it felt like a little bit off the beaten track. And I don't know, it just felt like, you know, having to, you know, dive into these books and read and learn about these characters and, you know, experience these worlds and stuff was really, really massive to me. But again, I think, I don't know, I'd assume that, you know, 13-year-olds getting into this hobby today would feel all those same connections and definitely be excited about it, or at least I hope so. So yeah, I think that's the closing thing with it. I mean, look, at the end of the day, I love this. It's become such an important part of me and my, you know, existence, I guess. So, you know, I'm never going to necessarily say that it's bad, even though maybe sometimes I do say aspects of it are bad. But the fact is I just, it's difficult for me to say that, like, it's difficult for me to not acknowledge that it's great now, because it is, it's probably the best it's ever been. But to me, back in the day was a bit special because it just was.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a renaissance of the hobby for sure, in terms of the quality of the content, the miniatures and stuff like that. I would say, if you were to put it in comparison to, say, comics, obviously you had like the golden era of comics, which I think was like, well, the 50s, and then you had like the silver age of comics, which was like the next like good portion of it. And I think in that comparison, we're in like the silver age of Warhammer. It's like we had the golden age back in like the 90s, which was when probably we all first got into it. And then, yeah, we're now in that next great age of Warhammer, where they're doing really stellar content. And obviously, you know, I think the noughties and the early 2000s, it took a bit of a nosedive. I think a lot of people didn't like a lot of aspects and practices that Games Workshop were doing, and you know, the releases were, you know, a bit all over the place, or just not as consistent as they are now. So I think they're on a good trajectory and a good sort of high point with what they're doing. So let's see how long that can last for, because obviously, you know, these things ebb and flow, and, you know, maybe it will, you know, not be as popular. Maybe it's still on that upward trajectory. Maybe it's only going to get more popular with more people getting into the hobby with things like a TV show or whatever they're going to end up doing over the next few years.
Yeah, many a possibility, I would say. Anyway, there you go. That was us talking about all of that. Hopefully you found it even remotely entertaining. If you didn't, obviously apologies, but I guess you've listened to it now, so, you know, cheers for that. Yeah, cool. Transitional noise, Phil?
Go for it.
All right. Right, end of the show. Kind of, sort of. Going to talk about some general things. There was a couple of things that got revealed on Warhammer Community that we've not really spoken about, so they weren't, specifically linked to LVO, but have since happened. So there's a new librarian miniature for Horus Heresy, isn't that right, Phil?
Yeah, I think it's, is it Esoterist Council? Is that what he's called? Or is it a different word? It's some kind of, librarian, basically.
Yeah. I mean, this is a specific traitor figure, right? So this isn't something that will be added to a loyalist army. This is obviously quite clearly being used for the forces of chaos, as far as I'm aware.
Yes. No, I would agree with you in that, but I assume that there'd be an equivalent. Maybe the equivalent is just librarian, maybe.
I think the equivalent is basically just a librarian, yeah. I mean, essentially, the miniature is interesting, right? Because it contains a number of really interesting and or quite lovely design cues, but also obviously needs to observe and or honour the current obsession with the beaky armour, which is always one of the more interesting components of it, because it feels strange when you see the helmeted variant of these figures. It's always one of those things where you're like, oh, okay.
Like, I get that they're trying to do characters that fit in with an army if you've just gotten into the game and you just have the... is it Mark 4 armor? Or was it Mark 6? I can never remember what beacon
no, Mark 5
is now. Mark 5. No, Mark 5's the mishmash one.
Oh, then you're right. Yeah, it'd be Mark 6 then. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, Mark 6. Yeah, that is it. So it's God, my train of thought's gone. So I get why that they're trying to tie it in with that, but at the same time, yeah, it feels like a square peg in a round hole sometimes with it's a beaky helmet, which looks odd on a librarian-esque model, right? Because we're sort of not really used to it. And I think beaky helmets are so distinctive, it's sometimes hard to pull it off. And you see that sometimes in a lot of the upgrade packs where they've done like a Legion-specific beaky helmet and you just go, oh, this doesn't work.
Yeah. I think that's the thing. Overall, I think this is a really cool miniature. I think the only thing that's sort of strange about it, I suppose, is like it's one of the odder expressions of Marine covered in robes kind of vibe. Like it sort of just sort of looks like he's kind of fallen into a bed sheet and never really worked out how to kind of release himself from it.
I see what you mean, just because the robes around his arm merge into the robes on his bottom half, and then because obviously you can't have so much of an indent into the void, right? So his arm just appears out of blackness that they painted on, rather than the robe going into and along where his arm is, because that'd be too much of a... I'm trying to think what it wears. It's like not an offcut, but an undercut. Even if it's resin, it should be durable, but obviously they've decided to keep it flat, so they've flattened off this area of his arm where this robe is, and they've just painted it black, which does look a bit odd when you start noticing that. There's a lot of robage, but I actually quite like it. I think if you're a Dark Angels person, this would be a cool 40k mini that you could pick up and convert quite easily.
And how do you feel about him talking in Italian?
Well, I was thinking, it does look like he's flipping off the birds, doesn't he?
He's doing the Italian. He's giving you the
yes. I don't mind that so much. It is a little odd as a pose, but it's fine. I'm more impressed by the weird backpack. I guess it's like a psychic hood, but it also looks like it could just be some kind of pain device that's shooting lasers into his head.
Bit of column A, bit of column B, I would imagine. What with it being the ruinous powers.
Who knows? I think it's really cool. I'd be tempted as to get that backpack as like a conversion piece for my Minotaurs to make those librarians stand out, just because it's a really interesting bit of gubbins. If only there was a mail order service where I could buy just that. If only.
If only. If only. But I think there's a thing. I think as a miniature, it's pretty reasonable. I quite like it. I think it's not necessarily one of the strongest heresy sculpts I've seen in a while. I think it's weird with some of the characters that they've done in plastic. As many might recall, I wasn't necessarily blown away by the Praetor sculpts that they gave us in the new Heresy box set.
They were a bit
too Age of
overdone.
Sigmar.
Yeah, whereas it feels like nothing else is like that, though, which seems odd.
No.
Like, all the other characters and models have been relatively sort of toned down and look like they fit in with the standard range. So yeah, those plastic ones just stand out as being just a bit odd.
Yeah, 100%. But still, he's all right. He's good even. I like him. But as a loyalist within the confines of Heresy, at least for the minute, I won't be falling over myself to buy it just yet. But never say never. Never say never.
Fair enough.
We also got, in terms of other sculpts, we got the new event exclusive miniatures, or the first look at the event exclusive miniatures, and another Commissar sculpt, which is kind of cool.
Now, you didn't like the last one because it was so stoic, because he was just standing there, wasn't he? Now, do you think this one is a bit better? Is it a bit more action pose?
I think this is better. Whether I think this is, again, adhering to what I like about, like, Commissars, I'm not really sure it ticks the boxes. I think he is still very kind of stoic and very rigid. Although, to be honest with you, there are definitely some great Commissar sculpts that have kind of leaned into that. I just think some of the thing is, for me still, when it comes to the Commissars, is I like all the kind of ridiculous pomp and absurdity of them, the ridiculous hats and the, crazy kind of bellowing like lunatics that the Commissars kind of have appeared in some of the historic sculpts. I mean, this guy definitely looks like a stern geezer who's not going to be taking any nonsense. He definitely looks like the sort of bloke who will be shooting you as you're retreating. And there's a lot of really amazing things about the sculpt. Like, I will definitely go so far as to say that I like this a great deal more than the other version. But yeah, I think this is the thing. I feel like this sort of modern take within the current new kind of updated Astartes range on the Commissar kind of robs it of some of the stuff that I really love about them, which is, as I say, some of the more kind of over the top kind of mad aspects of them. And I think the thing is if I'm honest with you, I think this is one of the issues with the new Guard range, which is that obviously they're much more proportionate, much more, real, or kind of modelled in such a way as they have very kind of distinct, almost real world details. Whereas obviously the old hand sculpted
heroic scale.
Yeah, they had more room for the absurd, whereas I think by the nature of the process that they follow now, this is ultimately where it leads us, which is a very competent, very good sculpt, but just lacking personality.
Not nice and robust. It's not fragile and ornate. It's like, there's a few bits that I sort of like it. It's okay. I weirdly prefer the other one, which is where he's just stood there. I think that one looks a little bit better. I was actually, because they've put on, or it's just finished now, I think, the made to order option to buy all the old Commissars, even going back to second ed Yarrick, basically. And I was really tempted to buy Severin Rain, who was the old Black Library one. I'm surprised he was made to order, because I'm surprised she just wasn't kept in sort of rotation, because she was a gorgeous mini that only came out a few years back, it feels like. And I really liked, she had a sort of similar gun pose, but she had like her knee bent up a little bit more. This guy's just a bit too static. Like, he looks too straight, and the way his feet turn upwards slightly looks a bit odd to me, even though that's probably quite accurate to how lots of shoes work, where the toes do curl up. I just don't like the look of it on him. And my good buddy Toke made two valid criticisms of this model. He was like, one, a sword master would never stick his sword in the ground. Maybe you could justify it being like a power sword. Maybe it doesn't care because it's got a special, vibrating blade or whatever it is, that won't dull by sticking it into a bit of stone. And then the other bit, which is very valid, is the bookmark is upside down in comparison to how the book has been painted. So bookmarks, historically, are joined to the top of the book. So either he's holding the book upside down, and it's been painted the wrong way, which I assume is more likely an error on the heavy metal painter than the sculptor, or it's been painted the right way round, but the sculptor joined the bookmark in the wrong place, because if the bookmark was just hanging down from what is the top of the book but would be the bottom, in the way it's being held, it would just look really weird. So that was like an interesting bit of detail that he spotted that I thought was like, oh yeah, that is odd. Something.
And it's an interesting criticism. I mean, obviously, when you get one of these yourself, you just don't paint it like that.
No, I know. Yes, exactly. But then he's
you can't really say
holding it
that's a
upside
fault
down.
of the sculpt.
No, I think it's probably more a fault of the painter, but then I think he would be holding it upside down.
Why?
Because the way he's holding it, if he was to bring that around, it would be the wrong way around. Like, in terms of the position that it's in his hand, it would be wrong. I mean, it's a complete nitpick, right? But it also leads to one of those. It leads to one of those things where it's like, so I'm going to say things that are going to contradict each other. So one, it's like they didn't need the book detail to be there at all. It would have been perfectly fine that he's just got his hand behind his back. It's a nice bit of detail, but also when we were talking about, just more stuff to paint, right? It's an extra bit of detail that you've now got to paint in on the model. But on the flip side of that is like one of the reasons why I like Severin Rain is she's got all that ornate sort of Baroque, sort of piping on her jacket, underneath her greatcoat, which is a very iconic sort of commissar look. But at the same time, that is a right pain to paint up. So I think one of the reasons why they've sort of simplified the look of the front of these commissars is that they don't have that anymore, because it's actually a lot easier to paint the front part of the commissar now by removing that kind of piping detail, because it was just so fiddly to do. So on one hand, it's like I like the fact that they've removed it, even though I sort of miss it as an iconic look. But they've sort of added in the extra hidden detail of the book, which is both good and bad, depending on your perspective of whether you like to paint extra detail or not. That's fair.
I think, for whatever reason, it's fine. It's better than fine. It's good, but it's just not. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like that's the thing. It's like one of the weird little victims of the newer guard ranges is that, like, the commissars kind of, these sculpts just aren't really kind of hitting the right points for me. Like, and I look at like kits like the Sanctioned Psyker, or rather the Primaris Psyker. So they've obviously given us now the plastic Primaris Psyker from the Space Marine Heroes, or whatever it was, range,
it was
combat.
But first Blackstone Fortress, but then Combat Arena.
That's right, yes. Again, that's a sculpt that has lots of personality and posing and like lots of crazy detail and stuff. And again, I just think that there is a beautiful kind of personification of some of the kind of interesting aspects of that kind of character. Which again, I just look at the commissar, and it just isn't. It's just not firing on the same cylinders, really. It's just a sort of.
Yeah,
it's fine.
I mean, it's to compare it to last year's 40k event exclusive, which was the Primaris Champion. I saw that and was like, love it, and was like, I must get this as soon as possible. It's still in the box. I've still not built it yet, but I will one day, and I'll look forward to it. And then last year's store anniversary model was the Inquisitor. Again, fell in love with that model. Must buy. Got it. It's in its box, but I'll crack it open soon for, an event, I'm sure. I'll try and add it into my range and get it painted up. Whereas with this one, I'm like, no, I'm not it just doesn't make me doesn't compel me to buy it. Whereas the non-40k one, so the Age of Sigmar guy, who's, Tolga Split Eye, he's a Dark Oath Warrior. I just think he's awesome. Like, he looks really cool. 2 axes, an eye patch, basically a mad Conan the Barbarian type model. I don't own Chaos, have no interest in it as a range, but as a single model, I just think it's phenomenal. The alternative head, less fussed about. But yeah, I mean, if I was to pick one of the two to go for, I would pick the random model that I would just be painting up for the sake of painting it and having it, because I think it's a really cool mini.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think the Dark Oath mini is... I mean, to be fair, the majority of Dark Oath things that Games Workshop have created over the years are always pretty consistently cool. It's one of the more consistently awesome, ranges, I suppose. So, yeah, well, not ranges, because it's not really a range yet, but yeah, the odd
One
miniature
day,
that they do.
one day.
But yeah, no, man. I mean, it's fine. I think there's a lot I like about the Commissar, but it's not really kind of wowing me overall. But yeah, the Dark Oath Warrior is strong, which is cool. There were no other things. I mean, obviously there was a new Seraphon Saurus banner bearer miniature.
Yeah, but the Astral banner, I think it was. Yeah, that's
which looks incredible
as well.
I mean, those new Saurus kits are amazing. It's so funny. We were in Warhammer World last week, and you kind of forget how old the old Saurus kits are, and actually how they look. Weirdly, in your head, you go, "Oh yeah, those Saurus kits are cool," and then you actually see them, and you're like, "Oh God, these aren't anything like I remember whatsoever."
Yeah, they're not the original ones. So there are some even older Saurus models. So that's like the second version. So these new ones will be the third version. But some of them look cool. I remember when AOS 1 first came out, I bought a load of lizard men, or Seraphon as they were then called, because I had an old lizard man army as a kid, so I wanted to recreate it. And I remember spending ages converting stuff up, and never really got anywhere with it, because obviously at that time none of us were playing Age of Sigmar. And when we were talking about getting into it a while back, it was them or Caldron Overlords, I think, was what I was originally going to go for. But then this time round went for Nighthaunt. And it makes me go, in a year or two time, once more of a Lizardman range has been range has been refreshed, do I want to re-get into it? Do I want to buy a few minis? Because I think they look phenomenal, the new ones, and I like the sort of slightly more. They're leaning more into the Aztec, but like technology vibe to them a lot more. Which I really like, and the sort of magical elements to them. So they're not just updating the sculpts. It feels like they're just shifting the direction of them ever so slightly. So the old Saurus model, he had some kind of sci-fi tech elements to him, but done in a very sort of Aztec manner. So it feels like they're taking that as the basis for everything else. Because before they used to just have really like lizard scale shields and stuff like that, whereas the new stuff's a bit better.
No, mate, honestly, the various things they're doing for the Seraphon, just incredible. the new, they did the Lord Croak, and then obviously they've now got the General,
the Slam Mage
mini.
Priest.
It's just so cool. It's becoming a really cool range, which is great. Which is one of the great things about Age of Sigmar. There's a lot of beautiful miniatures, and I think talking about Age of Sigmar is necessary, I think, now, but we will say that myself and Phil were going to be recording a kind of Patreon exclusive recap where we were able to capture some very basic sweeping shots and videos of gameplay. And we're planning on just producing like a video where we break down the games and talk about the overall experience and show that footage along with photos that we took from games to give you a kind of general impression of it. So we're going to try and get that recorded pretty soon. So hopefully that'll be up on our Patreon in the next couple of weeks. But we'll just give you a kind of broad summary now. So, I mean, obviously, first time playing Age of Sigmar, Phil. Obviously, we played it a couple of times in advance, but the only real proper time, you and me played together. You brought the Night Haunts, and I brought the Iron Jaws. What was your general impression, man? What did you think?
I came really enjoying it, and as you talked about in our 40k chat, like, you can only experience something once, experience something for the first time once, right? So I feel like this is like your fresh go at coming at a child at Age of Sigmar, actually playing the game. And, it's coming in at a high. Will it ever be as good? Who knows? Because it's potentially all downhill from here. But I actually really enjoyed it. It was good fun games. Enjoyed the people we played against. Enjoyed the actual games. I really enjoy the sort of mission structure and stuff like that. The rules mechanics are all pretty good. We're still like learning as we went, and I think even by the third or fourth game, we were still learning a couple of the rules, but we were slowly getting to grips with things. And I thought our armies actually synergized quite well together as well, which was nice.
Yeah, I thought the synergies could have definitely have been improved with just a bit more playtesting. It's fair to say that we were not our own worst enemies by any stretch of the imagination, but we definitely made it harder for ourselves by not having a lower
drop count when it comes to deploying our armies. That was to an extent my fault, but weirdly it's also the fault of the General's Handbook. So in the core rules, it states that you drop your, you do your units one at a time unless there's a particular battalion which allows you to drop all your army at once. And basically, you then roll off, and if it happens to be a tie, the person who dropped all their models first will get the first turn, or get the priority, which is the choice in the first turn, which is what I was advocating to you, basically saying, we don't really need to try and aim for as close to a one-drop army as possible, because it's just down to a dice roll for the most part. What we didn't know, although what you suspected but we couldn't find in the rules, is that actually it's a bit more like older versions of Age of Sigmar in the General's Handbook, which is in a separate bit of the General's Handbook. It's to do with the actual, season that you're playing, not the core rules, that when whoever finishes dropping first gets the priority, and therefore can choose whether they go first or second, which would have actually benefited our playstyle, basically.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. We definitely made a great many mistakes in terms of optimizing and understanding the kind of army construct. But I think this is the good thing about this kind of stuff, is this is what you do to learn and to expand your understanding. And although obviously we would have really have loved to have made changes after maybe game 1, game 2, we stuck it out. We continued to persevere with our less than optimal build.
Even after, because during game 3, it was game 4, we were playing against one of the guys who actually is normally an event organizer. It was him and his son, and he was like, "Oh no, if you want to change it, like, yeah, just do it. Like, it's cool. I don't mind." And we were like, "No, like, we've stuck to it now. We're going to just keep going and persevering."
Yeah.
Like, it was our mistake and we're going to own it. And I think that's, fair enough and fine and kind of a more sort of sporting way of doing it, I think.
Oh, 100%. I think that was the correct thing. But yeah, there was lots of stuff I could have definitely have done to better optimize my iron jaws. And I think there was obviously things that we could have done collectively to better optimize the list. And also there were things that we could have done as players better to understand how we, utilize the utility of our armies. Because I think by game 5, you and I had such a better grasp of what your army could do, for example. Like, without being ridiculous, my army was so one-dimensional, it didn't take a lot to work out what it was about. Although even that required some finessing in terms of optimizing and managing, attacking, and how all of those different things kind of functioned. But the point is that, like, with the Hex Wraiths and with the Night Haunts, I definitely found that by the end of the tournament, all of a sudden, I absolutely began to understand why everyone thought these guys were super strong. Because you and I were like playing them, and I was like, I don't get it. And then by the end of the event, I'm like, oh yes, actually, these are pretty reasonable, because you ignore Rens, you've got a high morale. You've got the ability to debuff when you charge in. You do mortal wounds when you charge in. And you've got a relative amount of, like, attacks doing a okay-ish amount of damage. So it was one of those things where I was like, oh, yeah, these guys are actually... And they're super quick. I mean, you could move, 22 if you wanted to?
24, which is... So Hex Wraiths move 12, but they've got a special rule which allows you to just say you're doing a Phantasmal Advance, which allows you to double the move characteristics. So they can go 24, but then they can't charge... is there something else they can do? Oh, I don't know if they can't advance. I think they can. So here's the weird thing. It's like you're doubling your move characteristic, and you go 24 inches, but you can't charge. But it doesn't say you can't advance. And when you advance, you also can't charge. So it's like, in fact, you can do 24 inches plus D6 every time you do that, which is even more bonkers. And I think you can even do that when you fall back, because there's no stipulation that you do it where you can't do it. When you're doing a fullback move, because fullback move isn't really a thing. It's just a move out of combat, and that it's got the same sort of stipulations. So yeah, they can be crazily mobile. They're quite fragile though. They can hit somewhat hard on the charge, but in your opponent's turn, when they're hitting you back, they just die so easily. And in terms of like some of the spells I took and artifacts, I could have taken better ones to give them better protection during my opponent's turn, and that's something I would change to like optimize the list. But I felt like having played a lot of 40k helped us grasp how to play Age of Sigma and how to like win missions and how to like, what we got to prioritize in terms of scoring our main, objectives or the secondaries that you get to do. Which I like that mechanic of picking secondaries a secondary every turn to do. That was, sort of much more enjoyable, than how secondaries work in 40k, which feels a lot more complicated.
Oh, totally. The secondary system in current day AOS is really good. I think it's a very nice dynamic system that, I'm well in favour of. I mean, the one thing I will just get out of the way and say that there was a lot of people who like to sort of assert that Age of Sigmar is where all the super chill people play, and that every single game is against a scholar and a gent, and that you'll never meet a more wonderful group of gamers. And for the most part, that is definitely true. But to a great many, or to a greater extent, I would say that they're very similar to the 40k crowd. Like, there are people there who come to win, who take it very seriously, and who don't like it very much when you do things that they weren't expecting. And again, I think on the most part, the weekend was filled with great games with great people. So I'm not going to sort of blast anyone particularly, because I think overall everyone was really great. But there were definitely moments where people were unnecessarily salty about minor, moments where I think probably what it was in the case of me and Phil, that we were doing things that probably weren't necessarily optimal, or maybe people didn't really ever expect us to do. So I think we kind of shocked them on some occasions, or gave them food for thought. Noting that we didn't win more games than we lost. It definitely wasn't that we did extraordinarily well by any stretch of the imagination, because basically what Games Workshop do at Warhammer World for these Throne of Skull events is that they kind of frame them around the idea that they're fun, casual events, and the overall winner is selected through a process of game score, but ultimately favourite games and favourite army votes. And that is true, but they still utilised a tournament Swiss format where the winners play the winners and the losers play the losers. And they did also give rewards for the overall general that, won the tournament as a result of scoring the most points. And as I understand it, those points were logged on, the Age of Sigmar ITC. So effectively it created this strange dynamic where we were expecting to come to a fluffy event where people were going to just be preoccupied with playing fun games of Age of Sigmar. But what we didn't realize was that also, in addition to those people who were definitely there were also a large amount of people who noted that it was probably a good opportunity to turn up and stomp some noobs or smash in some casuals and get some easy ITC points. So again, in so many respects, I would say that Age of Sigmar players are no better or no worse than 40k players based on my experience of them. Some of them are great. Some of them are, difficult. That's just the way it goes. So, that's fine. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. That's just how it is. But yeah, I just thought it was interesting because everyone talks about Age of Sigmar players like it's the most beautifully chill and wonderful gaming space that you're ever going to experience. And you very quickly realize it's like, no, it's the same.
Yeah,
it's the exact same.
There was a lot of sort of more effort in terms of like converting people's armies. It felt like a lot of people just went with like mad, fun themed armies. There was definitely like lots of Sons of Behemoth armies. One of them was looked like clowns. I think they had like top hats and stuff like that on them. And another one was like steam tanks, but made them look all flying, like the sort of amalgamating steam tanks with the Cauldron Overlord, like Arcanauts and stuff like that. So it feels like people put a bit more effort in terms of like how they build and present their armies than some of the 40k stuff. But it also feels like they veer them away from sort of traditional lore. Like they sort of, do funny nods and winks to other IPs and stuff like that, rather than just sticking within the confines of, Space Marines look this certain way. So that was quite interesting to see. And, some people dressed up and stuff like that, which I haven't seen done at a 40k event for years and years. People used to do it without fail back in the early days, right, when we started going to Warhammer World events, which was like about 10 years ago now. But people haven't done it for a long time. But yeah, every time we've gone to an Age of Sigmar event or been at Warhammer World when an Age of Sigmar event or Middle-earth event's been happening, people are dressing up. Not a lot, just like a couple here and there. But it's nice that people do and sort of take it with a sort of nice casual tone.
Oh, 100%. I do think that, the players and community are definitely propped up by these individuals who are, very passionate and very, vocal about their love of this system and of this rule set. And I will say this for it as a system. I do think that, it's not a perfect product. It's not better or worse necessarily than 40k in terms of what it offers. But where I think Age of Sigmar benefits, broadly speaking, is that I think the people that design Age of Sigmar are broadly playing the same game as the people who are playing it competitively. I think the problem that 40k consistently has is that there's all these shifting ideals in terms of terrain placement, the sort of types of terrain that are prevalent in games in order to deliver a competitive experience. And I think what's strange or interesting about that is that I don't think the rules writers of 40k are predominantly playing the game the same way as the competitive community are. Whereas in Age of Sigmar, I can categorically state that the playtesters and rules writers are basically playing the same game as the people who are playing it in a tournament setting.
I wonder if that's because it feels like terrain isn't anywhere near as important as it is in
It's exactly
40K.
that, yeah.
It's there. I think in all of our games, bar one where someone took their own terrain piece, they didn't use it in any way, except in that one game where they embarked upon it. All the other times, for all intents and purposes, it was effectively, either line of sight blocking for some shooting armies that we came up against, or it was just, something that we're moving through or around. I think predominantly all of my army can fly, so it just ignored it all in terms of movement anyway, and you had your Maw Crusher, which could ignore it as well. So for us, terrain was a bit of a, non-event, but maybe for other armies, shooting armies or armies that want to embark onto terrain, it would be more of an importance. Whereas in 40k, it's like, because it's so prevalent towards shooting and weighted towards that, it's like, that's why it dominates the conversations, and that's why it can be so different, because if someone's playing on a board with loads of terrain, it's a very different experience than someone that's got no terrain on it. And that's where you're right in terms of some tournament players versus maybe the rules writers are playing effectively a different kind of game based on that.
Yeah, and I think that's the key differential. And also I think the game is kind of pointed accordingly. Like, I obviously remember that we played those guys who ran the Stormcast Eternals with the longbows. And they were basically telling us that, this squad is like 450 points. It's like a 500-point squad or something. And it's like, it's 5 dudes with crossbows. But again, it's kind of demonstrative of the fact that they understand clearly that range is very powerful in a game system where there's very little terrain, and ultimately, where you were able to hit on 2s and wound on 2s, because you're able to do that by basically doing all-out attack, which increased their to-hit rolls. And then I think there was like some other buff he was giving to give himself, wounding on 2s as well. And essentially it just became like a very, very scary shooter unit. So me and Phil just obviously prioritized getting stuck into it and causing it problems. And we were able to do that with our superior, cavalry-based movement and so on. But the truth is that, like, the fact that they are pointed accordingly kind of, justified the fact that they were that powerful. And I think in 40k, when you think about it, like, everything in 40k is really powerful at range. Or not everything, but the things that have good ranged attacks are really powerful, but they're not in any way, shape or form as expensive as units to field as obviously they are in their, Age of Sigmar equivalent. So, mate, honestly, overall, I enjoyed the weekend. I thought that, the games that we played were super fun, and I actually really enjoyed the rule set of Age of Sigmar. I think, I wouldn't go so far as to say it's a better system than 40k. I think it's a more streamlined and more accessible format than 40k. I think Age of Sigmar, where Age of Sigmar is better, is in unit balance and missions, basically. I think Age of Sigmar has better missions, and I think Age of Sigmar has done a better job of understanding the constraints of the system that it operates within, and creating rules that sort of better exploit the way that the system works, I suppose. So, I'm not sure if I can say it's a better game than 40k, but it's certainly not a worse one. If anything, it probably...
Yeah, I think it's got some really good elements to it that 40k can learn from, like how they do their version of stratagems, which are like command abilities. I think would probably work quite well in 40k. it's got a lot going for it. I would say, you know, the sticking point is probably maybe for a lot of people like, is the lore as interesting as 40k? Because it's maybe not as established as what the Warhammer Old World fantasy range was. So I could see some people going, that's not for me, just on that alone. It's definitely a game that I enjoyed and I want to play more and I want to explore it. And, you know, maybe if I play it a bit more, I'll be like, oh, this is brilliant. This is the best thing ever. Or I'll just be like, it's good, but is it just a bit too one-dimensional because it is so close combat heavy? Or maybe that is the thing that makes it, you know, a nice, you know, change of pace from 40k because it is so focused on combat versus shooting. It's it gives you a wildly different you know, game, even if the game systems are a lot more closely aligned than they used to be.
Yeah, no, totally. I mean, at the moment I am working on finishing up assembling a load of Gloomspite Git stuff that I've got. I picked up the new Gloomspite Git Battle Tome, so I am excited to get some games in with the Gits in the future. Obviously, the Iron Jaws have been super fun, and I have a pretty comprehensive collection of Iron Jaw stuff as well that I hope to start, you know, expanding and utilising more of. But, you know, the Gits range is just where it's at for me in terms of the miniatures. So I'm really excited to start mucking around with them. I think that'll be really fun in the confines of AOS. The new Squig boss with Squig, the one with the the strange metal mask, is just fantastic. As is also the new not Tilt Kill Team, but you know
the
what
Underworlds.
I mean, the Underworlds gang. Oh.
Yeah, they're gorgeous.
Oh.
Yeah.
And this is the thing, like this is basically where it's at the moment with like Sigma. It's just beautiful minis, and that's what I'm sort of doing at the moment. I'm in a very heavy build mode at the moment. That's my core focus, and yeah, the hope is that I will build a bunch of Age of Sigmar stuff. I'll build a bunch of 40k stuff, and I'll build a lot of Heresy stuff, and that's going to be me focusing on my hobby for the next few months, is just smashing out all this stuff, working out storage solutions for it all, and basically, you know, then seeking to kind of transition into a kind of, you know, painting mode for the latter half of the year and start actually kind of, you know, smashing out these miniatures and getting stuff painted. But yeah, at the moment I'm very much focused on building stuff. But the loving the look of the Gloomspite Gits at the moment. I think they're going to be fun. But yeah, overall Sigmar was good. We're going to do a much more detailed breakdown of it via Patreon, so look forward to that. Unless of course you don't care about Age of Sigmar, in which case we'll get around to doing the video where me and Phil eat spicy chicken.
Yes, that'll be a fun one to do.
So that's inspired by the range of hot sauces from
Dark Tide.
Dark Tide, yeah. So Richie bought me the Dark Tide hot sauces for my birthday. So I'm gonna, me and Phil are gonna see just how spicy they are, and you can see too as we do that. So yeah, cool, man. Well, look, I reckon that'll probably do the job, mate. What do you reckon?
Yeah, no, that was a good little chat, good little spicy bit of AOS added on to the end.
Yeah, man. Look, I think I'll finish with this on the Age of Sigmar side of things, just to say it. The game I played on the Sunday morning, the first game of the Sunday morning, with Steve from Warhammer World Events and his son Will, is probably one of the best Warhammer games I've played in years. Like, that was by far and away some of the best Warhammer I've experienced in a very long time. And the fact that it was Age of Sigmar is not insignificant, I don't think. And I think Age of Sigmar actually, when it's played, fun, because I think it does have some issues at a kind of super high-end competitive level, because you can exploit certain kind of like mechanics to kind of create these weird, interesting trades that, you know, create a lot of kind of frustrating moments for you. I think Age of Sigmar, when it's played by people that, you know, are having fun with it and doing interesting stuff with it and mixing it up in fun ways, much like Steve and his son Will were, just create some incredible moments. So yeah, by far and away, that Sunday morning game was too much fun. That was
really good.
I mean, it was massively, impacted by the fact that Will was only able to roll sixes by all accounts.
God, yeah, a demon. He rolled very well.
That kid needs to get down to Vegas. If only it's a shame it's illegal for him to gamble in that way. But I mean, honestly, unbelievable. That was such a fun game. So there you go. Goodbye, everyone, I guess.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye.